massive. You know, if you feel touched, please let's connect with her. You know, find a way to support her, because we, as much as we have problems here, you can just imagine back at home. So please reach out.
Nani ni DJ? DJ, kumenyamaza hata watu wanataka kulala hapa. Na wacha unisaidie kitu moja. Unaweza tuchezea muziki ya nimeuona mkono wa Bwana? Na sisi tuamke kidogo. Just 2 minutes of your time. I don't think it will kill us. Madam President, allow me. We sing it, mwimbo. It's really nourishing. Okay? Chairman, na kila mtu munipatie tu hiyo 2 minutes of that mwimbo, and it takes me home.
Mkono wake Bwana, mengi mazuri tumeyaona, Mungu umetenda, ni kweli wewe muweza. Ulitamka vitu vikawa, neno tulatosha, ukisema umetenda. Katoa utumwani, watumishi wako umewapa yote waombayo, ikiwa umependezwa. Uamualo hakuna wakulipinga, hakika wewe ni Mungu wa vyote. Unatawala dunia na vilivyomo, makuu umeyatenda. Jehova, hakika tumeuona Baba, mkono wako Bwana, kweli matendo yako Bwana ni makuu, na umetutoa mbali kweli, ukatushika mkono Mungu, mahali uliona pekee, chini hata juu, watu unawainua Mungu, sifa na utukufu ni zako milele. Wasifu jina lako Baba, milele tutakusifu kweli, daima wewe mwema, tutaishi kwako. Tumeuona Baba, mkono wako Bwana, kweli matendo yako Bwana ni makuu, na umetutoa mbali kweli, ukatushika mkono Mungu, mahali uliona pekee, chini hata juu, watu unawainua, sifa na utukufu ni zako milele. Wasifu jina lako Baba, milele tutakusifu kweli, daima wewe mwema, tutaishi kwako.
Thank you very much. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. That was very good. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, day 3. Yeah? Can you guys hear me? Loud and clear? Kimi betuni bata Somo mamani. Pas. Injimenge na. Meja chigane nyugo geni. Anege gure na Vincent. Magutarap sumbai. Kago gap sereti. Vile ne gure gap tel dane. Ameja ajama Allah segay. Allah abunu gap sereti. The only village in Kenya tinda international airport. Gagetigo genyo. Ane abunu gap sereti. The only village in Kenya nitinda international airport. Guna ngoka ta ogata geshima amu anege gityo. Gome jo bel doret class mo bwa korok kap sereti. So be ulume jo be. Mau na tagi? Ako ngam mo ayo ko di kap sereti. Apo tale imuji ko the only village sai negitinye community library. Kigistege ngalek kya gerja be ni big stand up ko le. Kigistege ngalek kya kiginam agelenji bi ko goni kigete community library. The only village sign in Givendi, people wazee chakata tipenya vijana, they have free internet. Guna hii ya ijenge golda kole kaira bijebi niti village ngelo boy ko kap seretis. So ya ijenge tu kole ibuat kap seretu linda amu linda kole ge mi kapsa. Olinda kole yani mokorek tugul man kotin mokorek tugul chebotok sinyen chebotok nguno amu mokorek obwa nam mali kwang kapsiret umeje ne obwa kapsiret investors amu ite meje ne ngal ndegeit kote mai jingoli bakane nye bakane ano ya nye bakane kapsiret manungwang emet makas nye kagile gure ne ra notage kapsiret kakas okasoin gure ne bas oloto kolapunu aka kamwa kamutala na wendi kitole mi champions una kapsiret kapsa kanyi champions kapsa ako kila kini kapsiret kunata kubona nye bas. So next, Amajaligan, one of our sponsors, the Buno Lorette. Aku itu program sendiri na takra. Is one of our sponsors, CEO of the Unity Homes. Karibu.
Chamge bigap ka. Chamge gotab kalenjin. Bas, kainaik chuge gurna labani Arab tanui. Kuya kawagas abunu kapsirit for sure. Lakini ulegi kisikina ulegi le isero ngenya. Lakini ngimingatit kiemenya Uasin Gishu County. Mile Sokol. So Rani kuganyo kongoi. Rani kuganyo emoni nyamoy wangalek chemnyajen kot mising chemito limbaka. Kuya kawagas kamarap sombae kapsiret na wagas man ko kapsiret ko emetab makarnatet. Ako makarek chechang karo kabunu Amerika ini. Olimbaka olin ko makarek kubunu koroni ngwong. Really, so amajo ngalalwok ngalekab investing back at home, and especially on real estate investment. That is what I'll be dwelling on today. So, Kuya Kawagas, Olimbaka, I'm happy because the leaders who were here yesterday really encouraged all of us here to invest back at home. So, we get the same song akandu jamu, kogo manali jini ke kanai kandu ijo. Kitinye tuguk chekararan eng Olimbaka olin, ay kityongon memuchige bigap kangolin missing. And that's why kero kelany ndegeit kele ngebe ngololji biik chetinye tuguk eng oli. Ako nekakebwa as nyikimwowo akobo investment eng Olimbaka. So sana angalale kampunit nekile Unity Homes. I think they're working on our presentation, which will be shared just shortly. So Unity Homes ko a company ne teche korik eng Olimbaka kikitaune Eldoret. Just as you've heard, Kapsiret. How many people knows about Unity Homes back at home? If I could just see by a show of hands. Wow, thank you very much. I can see we have more than 10 people. And I'm glad that a few of us who are here have actually invested at Unity Homes. So we started way back in the year 2014 in Eldoret, Unity Gardens, where we built about 384 three-bedroom apartments. Yeah, so those ones, we started 2014, and by the year 2018, we had finished the construction. We are trying to work on the presentation. Yeah, so kuyaga mwaiwak pik chok chebo Kalenjin. Olin baka olin ko mi makornatet neo kot missing. Ngebe ngalekab real estate ko kene sai ing olin baka ko kit nebo maana kot missing. Ngiwe jisi ya investment ial got eng Eldoret for example. Ko Eldoret sai ko emet neger le very vibrant. Ako mayame tom ko yamech kori ing olin baka Eldoret. Tago, there's still a big demand of housing in Kenya. I don't know whether you believe that we have less than 50,000 mortgages in the whole country. So there's still a huge potential back at home in terms of housing. And that's why even the government now is trying to work on the low-cost housing, as you heard yesterday being mentioned by the leaders here. Mite, a lot of opportunities in Limbaga. You will never go wrong. Okay, I'll go enga. Ajangan imi goroni. I know by and large people have not been very confident investing back at home because of the issues to do with transparency. I oktay jeb kondo ngoli kabaga ngolin ilente sa tagasit. Gago chito ko birbijait na neighbor. Agoyagun. I'm so sorry. I know it's a pain. It's a pain. But for us, Unity Homes, we have a solution for you. Because we have a very seamless process, very transparent. We walk you through all the processes until we finish. Like, for example, if we onboard you, before you even make a commitment, we have to send you the due diligence link that you have to study. Who are these people? What do they have? How do I benefit from this? It is also our responsibility to ensure that you get your money back by getting you somebody to stay in your house. So we make sure that you get a tenant in your house. I'm still waiting for them to clear, so my work. So we have a seamless process. We get you a tenant, we set the bare minimum return that you should be getting per month, that by the time even with the yield that you get from there, within a span of 6 years, you're able to recoup back your investment. Yeah. So by and large, Unity Homes, we started in Eldoret, Kapseret. In Eldoret, Kapseret, we did 239 3-bedroom apartments. They are mostly apartments and a mixture of bungalows with a flat roof terrace. All of them are at 100% occupancy as we speak. They are measuring between 65 square meter all the way to 94 square meter. Those ones were going at a rate of 4 million Kenya shillings, and by the time we were finishing, we were selling at 5.5 million in the last 5 years. In terms of yield, you're able to make between 28,500 shillings all the way to 35,000 shillings per month. We started at 22,000 as the rent. But when you look at it in the last 4 years, the growth has grown from 22,000 to now 28,500. So you can see the yield is quite encouraging there, back at home in Eldoret. Now, currently, we are doing developments in Tatu City, Nairobi. And in Tatu City, Nairobi, we have 3 projects which are running currently. We have a project called Unity East. We have Unity East, we have Unity West, we have Unity Silver. Oh, thank you, it's come. Thank you. So let me now start afresh. I will not bore you because we're talking about money, investment. I believe you'll bear with me. So maybe the next slide, please. Yeah. Yeah, so as I said, my name is Laban. Married to Caroline. My wife is just here. Please, if you could just wave. Thank you. We're blessed with 3 children. I have an MBA in finance from Kenyatta University, 15 years experience in banking, 9 years experience in the real estate business. Who we are, I'll take you through the contents. So who we are, the location where we are located currently, the number of projects that we've managed to do so far, and the ones that we're doing currently, I'll try and convince you why you should invest with us. I'll take you through the sales process cycle. This is very critical for you because I know you guys have been sending money, just as I mentioned, and you get discouraged at some point. So I'll try and convince you through the sales process cycle. I'll also try and share with you the businesses and the brands that are within Tatu City, and of course, give you a chance to ask a few questions. Who we are. Unity Homes is a rapidly growing real estate company with a mission statement of mass production of housing. I'm saying mass production of housing because we are running 3 projects at the same time. The first project has 640 2- and 3-bedroom apartments. The second one is 600 units, and the third one is 100 units, the one we're calling Silver Hill. All of them are running at the same time. Now, these are the founders of Unity Homes. We've got Jason Horsey and John Latham. These 2 gentlemen, magawaranye matuenis puno lingwanguli. Inga baulini kora opportunity. Kobwa go kich. Kigo kich for the last 10 years. And I'm telling you, oh yeah, ametugu mrejo kapsan magmoy. Nyoru tugu kweli kweli. Koma iga sabage jek tege tuene. I'm going to opportunities to come and work with them. So those are the founders. The location of where we are currently. So Unity Homes, as we speak now, is located in Tatu City in Kiambu, which is 24 kilometers north of Nairobi CBD, when you use the Thika Superhighway. Tatu City, by and large, because I want you guys to differentiate between Unity Homes and Tatu City. Tatu City has 5,000 acres piece of land. And out of the 5,000 acres piece of land, Unity Homes is bought 23 acres out of the 5,000 on the 2 projects, which are the first 2 projects. Now, if we are to check on the distance from, when you use the Thika Superhighway, it's 5 kilometers. You use the northern and the eastern bypass, it's 2 kilometers from the junction, or 40 minutes drive. Kwa yesu kanenjeka gitjongon. Gilana nenjeka 40 minutes. Imite Unity Homes, or 35 minutes from Westlands. Now, this is the real vision and the picture of Tatu City upon completion, the 5,000 acres piece of land. So this is the central business district of the city. And of more emphasis is, I'm trying to show this one here, if I could show you that. So this one is an American call center. It's called CCI. It will host about 5,000 employees under construction currently. They are supposed to hand over the first quarter of next year. So the 5,000 employees who are here, they need a place to stay. It will also have the Carrefour down on the first 3, from the ground floor, the 3 floors will have Carrefour. Carrefour is a supermarket just like Walmart here in US. So there is a big need for housing in Tatu when you can look at those opportunities which are there. From this construction here, all the way to where we are somewhere there, so it's less than 1 kilometer from where we are to the CBD. Yeah? So you can imagine you're walking to Walmart, you don't have to drive the way you guys are driving to Walmart here. Fresh kapsa. So that is where the CBD. Now the projects that we are running, I had mentioned this. We started in Eldoret, which we are calling Unity Gardens, has 239 bungalows and low-rise apartments. This project was successfully sold out and delivered between 2014 and 2018. Rent yield has grown from 22,000 to 35,000 per month, as you can see. The difference there is because of, there are those ones which are 70 square meter, others are 94 square meter. So of course, by and large, the 70 square meter started at 22, the 94 square meter started at 28, right, currently at 35, and that has gone to 30,000 shillings. The next one. It's hanging, eh? Sorry about that, yeah. It's moving. Okay. Oh, thank you. So this is the project in Eldoret, Kapsirit. Go now, that project. Mogero lay tagurat kapsa. And I'm glad to mention that a few of us have seen some faces here who have invested here. Dalena wat kaba ruli mito kongung, mama ja mo alangonato. Urna kongung mito, ako mi go na mito. Imbiche mito rumini. Magaregap Kapsirit, and I'm sure paypayen pichotang ko lemite. Mama jage magelangongo lagi ni paypayen amu mite nan score choto. Mi bigo. Igo asute tagila. Ke garone, ke gaskalen. Amata pawat yamu ropta. Nyori jip konto. The next one. Sorry. Yeah, so when we finished in Eldoret, we came to Unity West in the year 2018. Unity West is another very successful project. It's composed of 384 low-rise apartments with a mix of 2 and 3 bedroom units. It's 100% sold out. And also in terms of occupancy, kugozo no teta, watu wamejaa ndani. So this is our first project in Tatu City. We've managed to hand over. We managed to build it within 1.5, construction took us 2 years. But in terms of sales, we did sales in 1 year, 2 months. Big up ka, ama jawakas ko miye. Ngo bijo menyo goro ni nye magonay. Kiale 1 year, 2 months. Kukuri kupik. Ka mama. Ulenga yage mwe. Ka mama. Bijo ango nam ko mejilili. Amu ako na gole, the city is growing now. 5,000 acres. Komite Unity Homes yutage. And it's the fastest developer in Tatu City. Keep to 384. Out of 384, komama je kiendeke ngon missing lagi ni 95%. Ko ga mama je gyal. Ko 5% ko bi galak ke murit ka lenjin. Yo ko maya lagi del dore tanyon for your information nakatay 90% ko bi gap kutit. 10% ko bi galak ara imo ke nemungal jungle trade. Bas occupancy 100%. The rent is grown from 25,000 to now 40,000 a month in the last 2 years. When you look at the yield growth in rent, it's about at 7.5% since inception. 2019, 2021, we managed to finish that. Now, that's how it looks. You can see it's got a swimming pool. There's a gym here and a mini-mart and a clubhouse. This is an old photo, but the gym is ready. It's being handed over in the next 3 weeks. And a mini-mart, so we just have it here. Yeah, so the next project is Unity East. Unity East is comprising of 640 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. I think you notice something here. We don't go very high rise. We like going low rise. Simply because our people back at home, they prefer low rises. And that has given us a upper hand. When our competitors are rushing to Kilimani to do a 24-story, 20-story, as we decided, aja, ongebe mutyo. Magameje ngonyogo ngolimbaga kote menego line stairs. Kaya ngoparchige tungo natai fast flow wago it court. Lakini you can imagine ngolimba in olina ke ko struggle ni bigo it parak yoga betisteme. But here you can be assured you can get up. So we've sold about 75% of this project already. And we have managed to hand over the first 128 units on the first row. And rent is starting at 54,500 per month. I want you guys to notice something here. Ajegat tiyo money gelugoi kigoite silingata. Ajegat as the developers. Amunego no, because we have to give you the bare minimum. And that bare minimum should assure you on the return on investment. So we say this has to start from 54.5, and upon completion of the project, it should be at, it will have gone to about 70,000. That's the projections we are having currently. So the next project is the one-bedroom apartment. So these are the ones which are running at the same time, as I mentioned. So the 640 units are almost getting, we're almost finishing them in terms of construction. And also in terms of sales, we are at 75%. Whereas this other one here, 600 units. We've managed to sell about 200 of them as we speak now. The first batch will be handed over in January 2024. And rent is projected to start at 35,000. The timeline is from last year, and it's ongoing. But notice something. We've managed to sell about 30% of the project in the last 6 months. That is how this project will be upon completion. Yeah, so we've managed to, like, in terms of construction, the first row is finished. This one is gone, is finished. And also in terms of sales, kigetal ni gobek magomi. Bas, ko the second row, oto migori mayan ito ni jang. Ak the third row. And this is something that started in January this year. So ka magapsa ko maweste ni time, magijek to laraga. Lagi ni kami jang moji bigap ko tito liji. Ya mo ay gelin ninyo serikalit. Kung goyeng ninyo serikalit agad ninyo Nairobi. Mau natin niya. Mata gelin ninyo kita serikalit agad sini gelin ninyo Nairobi. Amo jaw so mo bigap ko tit. Onge algori keng Nairobi. Amu mo bachi age ninyo Nairobi. Kango punjay serikalit man ninyo Nairobi age. Singem gigili ge cheme. Ko kya cheme na rap to no mu kya ro le go gilge am bigap ko tit chi chegoso. Ko suagut awo langa wa US ba mo bigap le obwan ko to kwe. Komaya, ko gilge picture. In about 80%, ko to 20%, ko a big position of the 20% ko big up kutit. Courtesy of ngalala nito ngalali say. So the last project that I want to discuss is Silver Hill. Ko Silver Hill is a townhouse. These are townhouses. It's sitting on 6 acres piece of land and it's comprising of just 100 houses. It's the most ideal family for, you imagine a home or a retirement home. The first batch we project to hand over in the first quarter of 2025. And also the projected rent is $250,000 per month. The timeline started this last year. This one, okay, in terms of purchase, we bought land last year, but we've just broken ground and we're supposed to finish it the hand over the first ones in 2025 first quarter. That's how it looks. You own from ground floor all the way up. The idea of Silver Hill came as a result of the developers. They wanted a place to stay. They wanted their own home. So 6 of them just said, let's get about 1 acre piece of land and build. Then a few other customers who had, of course, invested with Unity Homes, shown an interest that, of course, why don't you add us also in that? And now it came to the 6 acres and the 100-unit design. So some of the amenities that we have within all our developments, we make sure that we have a swimming pool, there's a gym, there's a clubhouse, and we ensure that the security is top-notch. So we have CCTV surveillance and smoke detectors. So I'm seeing this Silver Hill. When I equate to your houses here in the US, I think this is the one that really matches what you guys live on here. Okay, in terms of numbers, maybe just to share with you what we go through is that 60% of our sales, I'm talking about 1,800 sales so far, 60% has come from the Kenyan market, whereas 40% has come from the diaspora market. And of importance here is that 70% of the 40% in diaspora is from the US. And the reason why we thank GOTABGAA management for giving us the opportunity here again, now, I'll try and convince you why you should invest with Unity Homes. First and foremost is that you are assured the return on investment. As soon as you pay and you finish the last coin, don't worry about, oh, what about a tenant? That is our responsibility. It's our responsibility to ensure that we get you somebody to stay in your house. It's our responsibility to ensure that your house is not vacant at all times. So we try and work towards getting you a proper person who is able to remit rent on time. But the difference here, we don't handle your rent. So the guy channels rent to your account. If you don't see your rent, you call the estate manager, and in the next minute we're at the door of your tenant. And that, of course, goes very well with you people in the US. We, of course, set the bare minimum of a rent per unit so that we don't have this guy who is doing 50,000, another one doing 20,000. No. There's the bare minimum. When I mentioned the 54,500, that's the bare minimum. Yeah. Which, of course, we've looked at it, and we're like, you know, in the next 6 years, you're able to recoup back your investment. So we have a positive development track record, having delivered 3 projects successfully. Capital gain appreciation is at 8% per annum. We have control of our investment when you look at the stocks and mutual, when you compare with stocks and mutual funds. And of course, there's a huge growth of residential houses within Tattoo City, as I mentioned. So you can imagine the 5,000 employees of the American call center, they need places to stay. And for your information, Moderna is setting ground in Tattoo City. From where our development to where Moderna vaccine will be is less than 3 kilometers. Again, they'll have about 6,000 employees. Those 6,000 employees, so there are a lot of opportunities there in Tattoo. Yeah, just 1 minute. So again, just to tell you that we are a financially stable company with 0 borrowing. Every project is able to finance the next project. Like the Eldoret project finance our Unit West project. Unit West project finance East all along. Yeah, and again, there are so many ongoing infrastructural developments within Tattoo City. Like I mentioned about the American call center and Moderna vaccine. Now, the business process, I can come just a minute. So as soon as we onboard you, you identify a unit of your choice. The next thing is you do a deposit of $5,000, which is refundable, should we not proceed. Because we give you an option of, if you pay now, this is the price. If you want to take advantage of our further discount, you have a price. Because I know people are asking now, so what is the price? That one I'll be able to answer on a one-on-one basis, but I can still answer even here if you have an urgent question. So as soon as we do that, again, we get to the 25% stage, where we do now a proper sale agreement, where we involve, of course, the legal department, your lawyer, and our lawyer. But we have a lawyer who works on behalf of both of us. And then the stage 4, we are able now to work on your unit, deliver it. Stage 5, after completed your unit, you're required to complete the outstanding payment, because as we've done our part. But notice something here, we only hand over when you're finished paying us. Then stage 6, of course, we do the conveyance, try and get you the certificate of lease in your name, and be able to deliver it. If you're in the US here, we normally courier it to your address. And finally, we issue the certificate of occupation, house keys, and you're able to move into your house. These are the brands within Tattoo City. Very serious people. Some are in Nairobi Stock Exchange. And finally, I want to leave you with a quote from this gentleman called Franklin Roosevelt. Real estate cannot be lost or stolen, nor can it be carried away, purchased with common sense, paid for in full, and managed with reasonable care. It's about the safest investment in the world. Iyan jumbek, kiyan na kiyan gulimbaga. Mauna ito picture. Kung ko'y missing.
Okay. Sigere ka lajeb kuleti akanam girunguni ngene ubwati le konda mois komamu apakapseret akomagare kapseret. That is the only reason why I had to make sure I have it on. Singogero gere kapseret. Amungu na akwe ko bona kapseret o bona the big city. Nyogo magare ka kwek. So I goti nye question I'm coming to you si tepe isile I amagaryo tameja nyoka. 2 minutes amugi nye lago ke mega ngetin meja commander. So if you have keys, try to make them out for those that are going to go. So raise your hand and I'm coming to you. Goro magaryo netai. Bas. Ay tu orna magaryo.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Quick question as a potential investor. I know the government is coming up with a housing program, and it's highly publicized, and the government is putting all resources to give affordable housing. As an investor, how can you convince me that I'll get my ROI when I invest with you guys, with the competition with the government?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. As I mentioned, can I answer that or can? Okay.
You want to a couple of questions and answer?
Let me pick this one first. As I mentioned, we set the bare minimum in terms of rent. It is our responsibility to ensure that we get you a tenant to move into your house. Because having finished paying Unity Homes, you are the one to stress us. There's no tenant. Unafanya nini? So Magaruitosi, so we have people we've employed who are able to scout for tenants, but of course good people. So we assure you and get you the bare minimum return. So that bare minimum that we set, we believe that in the next 6 years, when you look at the capital gain and the return on investment, you're able to recoup back your money, especially on these 2 projects I just mentioned. Yeah.
Actually, my question was
competing with the government.
Are you afraid that you're competing with the government? Just mention about the affordable housing.
Thank you. We are not afraid by all means that we are competing with the government. If anything, our product is tailored under the affordable housing. But as I told you guys, Olimbaga Olin ko meet a big Majabigori, Mamigori, Kiamibik. Everybody has a market. The government is coming up with their own, and I'm sure for you to be able to qualify for their units also, there's a qualification criteria that they use. So, maybe the size. But we know all of us have an interest in terms of the market. There's a big market for it. Thank you.
Okay. Kainek Chukokogo, I'm the chairman, Nava Houston. So, Kamu Arab Sumbayagole Punugap Seret. You are not the only one. Gujo big up Copseret. Rao, let
Wow.
Rao, let big up Copseret. I go and big up Copseret, Manu again. Hello, Pass. Kemaile, Agering Alale in Tatu City. Aquajeke Bunwell rate. Ago most likely, most of the time, game mo again el rate auction about Guratin make. Matindo be el rate, Nanyalu Galda go rate. Lagin gi exaggerate namu, mi one riata, and you go be go rate. Go get you go negamazi 1 million, you go later one riata, I go no 2 million. Une competition in gold rate, a mobile rate, those omagi invested in gold rate missing and antatu city in the game.
Go up, go. Big job. Can't get mill rate about rock project no by rate. Rent coming on Alagora. A 3-bedroom apartment, which is 94 square meter, is going for 35,000 shillings. I was 35, who are going at 28, I got 35. I'm not, by all honesty, I'm not saying our home is bad, but I'm making money in terms of the return on investment. Come to Nairobi, 2-bedroom, 75 square meter, 54,500, bare minimum. Yeah? So Nairobi is a big market. Nairobi, the economy of Nairobi is better than Eldoret by far. That's why Galen Oye Gai Ongebwa Nairobi. Invest in Nairobi also. Agoi, Ako big American gives running check imagine Gorengu. Kogoreung na tayo ko Sirus Korok Tatu City. Muga is yoto. So this Nairobi is better by all standards in terms of return on investment.
Gongoi, yeah, because of time, we're going to end it there.
Yes,
okay, I'm going to just take one more question, please. So, the lady.
Hello, my name is Nelly Sang. My question is, as an investor, is there a way you can link yourself with a bank to help those who are away? Because dealing with Kenyan banks is a nightmare. The process takes forever. Is there a way you as a Unity investor have a bank that you work in collaboration so that when you have a buyer, you guys can work directly and help the buyer to get through the process than them identifying a bank in Kenya that they can work with?
Thank you, ma'am. We do have a bank. We have banks back at home in Kenya that we work with. Unity Homes is currently working with NCBA, KCB, Coop Bank, but then they have their own qualification criteria for the mortgages. Yeah? So we might, of course, we tried to look into that and we were like, okay, fine. We have no control in how they are appraising and approving their mortgages. But we are banking with them. Of course, we will tell them so-and-so is interested with the mortgage. We refer them to you. They'll be able to review. Probably they need, the qualification criteria also changes with these banks. Yeah? But we have no control over there, how they approve their mortgages. But yes, we do have. Yeah, but subject to, what I've seen many people here in the US, maybe to share that is, you try and borrow here, because you're borrowing cheap, knock off at home, and then you're able now to, start realizing the investment money.
Thank you very much. Again, my coffee. So if you have any further questions, Unity Homes, wamekaa hapo nje ya mlango. This is some of their pamphlet and flyers and giveaway. So you can...
Sorry, Sombai, I forgot to mention something. If you're able to sign up with us here, there's a special GOTABGAA AGM discount for you. So if you're buying a 2-bedroom, you get $2,000. Further discount, there are the discounts and then further discount. And then also, there's also $1,000 for the 1-bedroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aratige moine magawas magaon olebe ubujep kondo gosa jiga. Koga gasa mutte ole pasta joelin kipa surumbet again. Kesi kono yo wimbo ikona sema hivyo. So Kapseret is the cradle for all of us. So come on, bring your investment there and let's get it on. Sawa sawa. So Leo, we really have a tight schedule, right? Yesterday, we had Miss Sapian there, and we'll take all ownership and responsibility for what happened yesterday. But we are not going to repeat the same thing today. So today, we are going to be on time. We're going to move things. We have a program that we have to start on time. We have to be out of here today by 9 o'clock, not a minute, Today, we'll make sure that the food is here, and I hope they're already here. I just need to go out that door to make sure that they're there. I hope they're there. And I'll make sure I'm sending somebody again with them to make sure when they're cooking, we have somebody standing there to make sure they show up on time. So we're going to have everything going today the right way. Amen? Okay, good. So without further ado, we have to invite, one of our best speakers, one of the most eloquent people you've ever met, one of our own that whenever he speaks, you listen and you don't even want to end, because all he spewed is wisdom. We have other than, our own Pastor Chemagar. Karibu.
Enje jak chemengejen poryen ne bagolenjin kotap ka ko jamwa katak tukul lengai netap cheiso le jamgei jamgei konyo jamgei tuk jamgei giyen jamgei mojogron jamgei gitarut jamgei garik ko jamgeis kongkoi ngokwek tukul chiko itu we are talking about family dynamics during cultural transition. So, because of time, I want to be able to start this right away so that we can have time for questions. Ngokoteke biik chokuya kakigatkei, kokoteke amu moche konai chametabkei nebo bororiet komugul. Moche kotaune ole uu emet. Noton amune kingeba besiobor ko kikikoteke biik kingetuiyo kikoteke komie ketaune bororiet komugul kit neu kebwa olimbo kiyeny kebwa kot keit kaa ipkeba kitarut tatya kemwa karik moche konai kole tos chomegei kot kochomegei kaa ako chomegei kot kochomegei ko ako chomegei kot kochomegei yotet. Melen kimoche kenai kityo olin ak tuguk ak rurotet ak kit age tugul kimoche kenai kot kele tos tugul ole makai ko amoche keketu kot keitu yutok sikobit ang'alale ng'olyondoni konyo ko kamoche kenai ak ketebegei kele mite tetutik somoku chemoche ang'alale kurgotik somok eng nwokindo. Kurget netai amache asoman kitabutab Laitorinik nebo oeng kurget 17 ataune koitetab 24. Kikebwa ko kitoek ako kibunotik eng emoni. Ako kait betusiek chekingoit ibindab kaplelach komanda biik ako ngomakirib ko betusiek kora chebo kipnyigei ko kiba kot kowek biik chekiwek sotonik eng Tanganyika, eng Uganda, eng Kapkejiri akoi Masai. Kokomoche ketebe keutas kenai kele kimyono eng kakwatisiek somok chemoche ang'alale Laitorinik nebo oeng. I want you to read in 2 Kings chapter 17, and I will speak especially in Kalenjin because my slides are in English, so you can follow that. So for expounding, I'll be able to mix it up because of many people that are listening here and back home. Kalau Laitorinik na boyeng, kurgeta manak tasap ko atitip temangwan. Ako amat Laitoria taba Surya big kubungune Babylon, akuta, akaba, amat, aksabaraim. Ako anday jeng kana so kap Samaria weg lago kap Israel, koker lago kap Israel. Ako bunji jeng Samaria, ako menying kana so kiek. Ako kay maiwa Jehovah. Eng taon ne tameng atenwa ne ba olotok. Kaya kanyon kamuktan dat chejo bang tunyik ako barejek. Nameng alianda na tayo. Dasi yet mornet. Chetay ba kwati akwe ne babik chegiba. Koginyo Laitoria tab Surya ako mutpik cheba emeta Babylon. Tatya ko nampi ka Israel ako mut kolul. Tatya ko kere biik chekokibunon okwek emet age chebunu kejun. Kinyaite emoni komakonai bitonwekab emoni. They did not know the culture, the rituals of the God of the land. But what happened instead? The Bible says God sent lions to destroy them. That is the first group. The next group is in the book of Ruth. Elimelech's family. In the time of the judges, Okolagi wajita nagibunu Bethlehem, Judah, asakabit koruto engemeta Moab. They meant to be there for only a few days, but the Bible says, and as soon as they reach there, a moment shortly after that, Elimelech dies. Kung ang niya kumabayot Elimelech, kung netiyabyo sa ni Naomi, kukokeng masok. Then, after 10 years, the two boys, Mahlon and Kilion, married Moabite women. But unfortunately, they also died. 3 men dead, leaving 3 widows. But when Naomi heard that God had remembered Israel in Bethlehem, Judah, she journeyed back to her land of promise. Genesis chapter 46 is another verse I want us to read, and then we will discuss all these 3 verses together. Awan ang banda nyo in Israel, kubata tukul jagitinye kong ete Beersheba, kodojin nandet tuyetap kamukta indet, aw ngalal jika mukta indet tinandet, engang utiyetap kemba kwen kule jagobo, kule jaga mukta indet tap pandangung maywe jor tege agoy meta misri, arta magtasap ko tetagenge. Akwanyun jagobo Joseph ipkomwa jibara o lenji agoy papa. Ako erik chikitupche, agay jirek kwak aktu kwak tol jigitinyay kubunwe metap kanan. So here we see another 3rd company, the family of Jacob. So what is interesting is when you look at the first group of Assyrian settlers, the Bible says when they settled in the land, they did not know the God and the rituals of the God of the land. And as a result, lions were sent to destroy some of them. Number 2 is the family of Elimelech. And number 3 is the family of Jacob. Joseph not only goes as the prime minister of the land to file the papers for his father and mother and his brothers. So the process of the green card in the 3rd one went through. And the Bible tells me they were promoted and given jobs as the elite of the country. So I'm talking about 3. Number 1 is when we arrive in this country, there are 3 groups. Those who struggle as a result of the changes and the acculturational stress. And unfortunately, some of us have ended up in very tragic situations. I've been part of many of us who have finally been forced to transport back some of the remains of our people who have died in this country through very tragic deaths. I've been involved in courts dealing with issues of homicide. I've spoken oftentimes as the friend of the court dealing with issues of suicide and homicide. I've dealt with many that have been serving time in jail, and some of them are out, and some of them are still in. I wonder whether that group that represents the first group, who end up in mental hospitals, who end up in prisons and jails, who end up sometimes dead, how do we help reduce that number? Then we have the second group of those who are surviving somehow because the other ones have died, but they try to struggle to be able to make ends meet. And then we have another group of those who have been able to succeed. Ngogi ka bwa mungara, ngogi ka bwa ishoni ka so manet, ngogi ka bwa ne ko solda ko kumnyi. Ang gap ko nyigisit ko gin. Among gap ko kromite money, amuga lo tunet. Dealing with racism and prejudice until this country becomes so difficult because sometimes you're accused of something you did not do. Especially when it is an argument between what you said and what she said. And we find ourselves serving time for something you did not do, particularly a black boy and a black man. When we are dealing especially with issues of sexual abuse or harassment. We have people right now serving time for that. And sometimes it's because they did not have a competent attorney to represent them. But so my question is, I began to embark on a research. What happens when a people develops in one culture, masters that culture, and the logistics of surviving life in that culture, then transfers to a new culture. And Dr. Boris spoke about that yesterday. What happens when we transition and there is change at the crossroads? That is why we're talking about that. So I embarked on a research for my dissertation, and the question is, how do married people that are married in Kenya, stayed in Kenya, then transfer to this country? How does my half and a half? They've been raised home in Kenya, and now they are they're being raised up the rest of their time here. How do they navigate the change in an African Kenyan family? And later on, I'll be adding, what about the 2.0, those who have been born here? How do they navigate the change of living in a Kenyan home and going out to school in another galaxy, in a different culture? So this is what some of the things that I'm looking at. And as a result of that, one of the things that I wanted to pursue, therefore, is to ask this question. What happens with these families when they come to this country? Okay, let me try again that. Okay, next. Can you do it from there? Let's just do it manually. All right. So, very quickly, we want to talk about the role of the family support in promoting mental health, which would be a little bit of the introduction that Bora did talk about, but I'll look at the family. Number two, I'll look at the exploration of the challenges and opportunities of this intergenerational communication, and then I'll look at the recommendations at the end of it. So let's go back and realize, number one, this is the socio-cultural context. Kokingetye ingenile aweritab kabanum, ajeptab kabanum, nebodore nigile netunwendi oret age. Angen bendanyu, awange siritietab bendanyu. Kung nyoy tungyo inaile, kikisikyin kwengwenutab kapkoy mauna, nang koik somok chebo kapkoy maut, kobaru netai oret nekikisikyin. Ang pororiet nekikisikyin akikuanan. Agib na te tabyoin negitwe kubotoi kap kwingwang. Kung nata kangke sijin ninyo ko iwerita ng ko Egypto. Ketjenun kele kage sije butung bogi o etre mating age salin. Kung nyake salin na ketjenun gogo kogetu nguno inay kong ngeteyu ako'y tunyo kumuren anang kotia agi Tunisia tatya yogo monongot kung nabalet iya gubayo, ang nabalet get yan unjan da nabalet, kaya jorte kay wesyaw. Jaurambi. Kung nata ko kita never yet yun oranin, agi nyo bro yan ni bakap Jeff Kendi. Ang kotiba kap kokos. Agi nyo bro yan ni komikol ko iba kalenjin, ananiba tugan, ananiba kap segis, ananiba sabih. Akong nyo kayor tiga kering kano, ko kagam wage le tukuk kyok sa imi undog, ko kainet kay naile. This village, life in the village, was nestled between those. But it also gave you this meaning, the purpose and meaning of life, because it came from this belongingness, because you feel that I am part of something larger than I. Number two, this communal society, because of this notion of I am because we are, and we are therefore I am, it also helped you to be able to understand the purpose of your life. Number three, it provided transcendence, because you felt like when you look at life, you're not only at the intersection of the past, the present, and future, but you are also the connection between the inanimate and the animate. So, ingi tono ninyo tagi igen tulwe na kejam ke bendip ke tiani agit tiani len tindret ya bosia nanggoliel ke kol bai tindret nanggoliel ke bangani ya berangka. So you knew standing up here that I not only represent the continuity of life from the living to the non-living, from the animate to the inanimate, but also between the living and the dead. For our people traditionally believed that I was, I am, and I will be. Now, as a result of that, it gave you this level of transcendence. Amugin ge mengishe yak bikyo agin gele agon ge wal jinge to ga mi betu ne bat to ga jebe matau negi kiyo ko na ta ko ya ge no wik betu nin ko ya kanin betu ta ko ya kanin betu ta ga ogi mi betu negi ba jebe matau negi mo tare tiji ko ya to ga ako ya to tiong ko ano puri ko mare risa moe ko kurut ko iskaling, because he was part of the culture. And so, not only did we get transcendence, but also stories to live by. Many times we struggle with self-esteem and the meaning of life and the purpose of life. Lakini, in case si ko ngete ko meaning, ko e tulakwani ko ngengole aga metap kai amugi gugurgogo. Ko matinggilal boyot ko polinggoy na pagpangut. Kung ko tonon lakwe na tagitigin na bagay nisyo kayo nga, okay kwanda lapte tap konda, okay kwanda wala mutyo karge. Temo nya kasis. Kalia. Ako tonon damit. Mating meaning. Stories that we live by. Now, what happens therefore when we leave Jamhuri? Agay tuguron. Kung nyagala hindi we are transitioning from the village. From being a village to a tribe of how many? 2. Nyo gerga ko betu nile kiat kinya engolimbaga when you had a relationship. When you are married into a family, you don't marry that entire person, you marry the whole entire tribe. So intimacy to us was what you do with other people. Gege jego ge mustagaron kung mutage gujiyo mushini karog in mustay karon ibiuni out engkay no ako tangkas yat ebisita ko sa tagengke tatinyo itigra nuga ko ka sinyi tabianyon ako ko poyot se kapit kityagun eunagin ko ako imen kerate erating gemonjo ko manungot yo sigo jamito sigo kinelakwet. But the question was, during the whole day, omiyak kebioso galagi, omiyak sangke, omiyak mama, omiyak piktukul. Ko weri naginya ko kewak po isya kimigo. Ngo ingete ne mining ko kewende ko. Ak inetin kyoe kiwirto mo koben kelyochin tuguk tugul che kikiyoe. Komi che kakiba ipom sakemik, mi che kaai tuguk tugul. Intimacy with what you do with other people. And so mental health was not the biggest issue because you had the whole entire community. Akong kot kabit na ko kyolwogin kemwoitoi akot ngot ko kimi murenik che ngap ko nyalil mon osotik kwa komwoitoi gogo ketepse lakwani kele kalya komwoyo tindonik chi kele ngako cholwogin weri kiyokto kemwochi boisiek kongetyo boisiek koyokto biikab bindanyi nyakeng'ololchi werin kele kalya o kai muren kityongon lya sibir chepyoset komoche ngebe kebir keng tien kemasep kolelit kongkot katangoi akonam kotiek konomchi biikab binda kotiek kolechi biikab binda kakotemenech makimuchi kiwekyi boisiek amu kakotemene biikab bindanyi ako kang'ololchi binda koesio kongyo kikochi boisiek konde kut akoturmos within 1 week he's dead and gone kikoito lakwanatak kikochi chito ake kotun. That took care of it. Lakini kanyake to you, now it becomes a problem. We don't have the village anymore. Intimacy is no longer what you do with other people and all these other issues. Intimacy is into me, see. Okay, he's supposed to be the only other friend you have. He's a professional, he's a mother, he's a homemaker, he's everything else, and you're supposed to be also the co-gossiper. Among komong alal tu ay pokok sa jabag. So here be like kang koro. Oh, good. The problem is kang gay to you korog. Then we have this issue of adjustment. You are dealing with now opportunity stresses. You are dealing with demand stresses. Amukagi tu koro ni koro ko kingkalal Ingeresa. Tell me to you gay item so mogile. I don't understand what did you say. Kung nyo ay ikit kiso mo gile, galit ang Ingeresa. Ano rin? You are dealing with constraint stresses. And now, you even begin to wonder about your own cognitive appraisal. Amus kaleng jasoman. Tele neto yung kagi wasugul getir. Because it's like, wait a minute. Because our British system is superior, but the way they do things here is different. Not because it's better, but then you begin to doubt yourself. And you reach a point where you begin to wonder, what about if I don't have the social support that I usually had? This is now where we are dealing with this acculturation stress. 2, we have now intergenerational communication problems. Amune, because you are actually talking from 2 different cultures. Kanya sinyate tanong ko jiptang nyo. Kung ilen kasi nandi, ni matinggi na nandi. Kung makasay. Because you're actually living in 2 different galaxies. Nga naman eh. Iwan di Walmart, ibibu. Nga na ako may mbiyat. Kung kitip siya ngunyo, ang mesa, ang tayo, may mbiyat. Ibuati niya may mbiyat, nagimikur ka tuling nga. Wajam ko tebe, kukuya, ako misese na kurungun nyo. Ako miyore na korektar, kwa ina yun, di kare jeb. Chemendil ko, say, ibubeging metit. Huwag etos to ka, kung mitual yating niya, ni kasi. At yan yung sirta, tarit-yat ko lang, wow! Subijab siririt. Kung weri na yung mayem biyanda ni ko buati, aisle number 3, na ba Walmart? Same mango, 2 different galaxies. Imi ni sabi, kung ni Walmart. Understand nga ngalaki mo eh? No. Then you begin to wonder why they don't understand what you're talking about. Ako takina at ko na inandi, but they're in a different place. Amuto mo kwa ka. Mengandukyo tayo ngalale, amenganoren, nagapuno siya mendelay no. Mengandukyo. Kitya me manigil ke lakini. Kung miritas mami lukay ko tabo kapsa notas. So when they leave that door, they don't go to school. They go to another galaxy. Kung kumangune organa ko nyo ko, yuko kanya uli. Calling ko another planet. Lagi ko jagay. Now, do you understand why there is a problem? Amu, you're worried about the learning, panek winning is yet you mwara bore jumi ko you. Galajik po yan and your name from one. What was the problem? Because they cannot imagine this amus kong yatek wag isik tagsik po yan. So go te bes ko la ko gigalya. Kabu de gel da wendi ko len gimo mi basete. Mo nge baba nang ngarit. The other problem is that the foundation of marriage was very different. Amu genge miga o gigle jin jepta bore tagana dunya na kwe. And marriage was a social contract that as you lived, all children belonged to the clan. So, but they subcontracted the work of giving birth to you as a family. Lagi di bangalago, paurani. Kung nyaga itu, kawalak emoni amuga, kawalak ko tingkanya. Now, the foundation of marriage is no longer the social contract. Now, there was this issue of romance added to the marriage. And so, magelen, kinga norana, amung kebendi ay tagele, dosa tinya wer batia, engkai, kiko tuniji kubunorana konyogoi, otinya wer batia, kage golin generations back and igele, peju batungo, kokukona kage nyo ne moy gogos. Keger YouTube chelengu manam ke. Amu keger ingeni sengisya tingolin the genetic pool keger kele there is a problem kele ngo manam ke tioni agaje. Kele otor korose ngo bwa ta ke bwa ko ita mu gi musu ko ita sai ta managenge. Nyago ba no sa anek tokol ko tor korose kele jago ya kamata ke buju korose galak kelelak. Nyaga ba ko ke ngolol jin kele. Go maya tionda kai go in go no tionda ningiro kele wen somok ko bwa jun to nyo go bendi kele ji juna wek to rose ko ngigero go manga mai to go rose kele nganya go batapat yun nya go ba jun as kele ayya go no chi motiet as ko ne bal somok ke gas nya gi go ji ko ne bo lagi ning nyu go go ek ne mage gi oret mage gi tionda gigere ne love romance. Now, in addition to that, another thing was added. Sexuality was added to romance. And every time a new thing is added, this now becomes the most important. I need to know. Road testing. Sexuality now determines the romance. And the romance is supposed to determine what? The marriage. So now, road testing began here. Sexual experimentation before marriage, and then this one was added. So this determines whether I love you. So I have to start with that in order to come here, and then in order to come to that. And then we added another one, which is now identity added to sexuality. So this time, no, my identity is no longer pinned to my biology. Yeah, I can decide that today I have this kind of a biology, but I can decide tomorrow I want to be something else. So ngela kwet college in baba. Ako alam ma kwa jep tarani kung ngete mo tay, oy kung ngete. Eagerly open your eyes. College, no, it has nothing to do with that. So now it's no longer now identity is not tied to your geography and geography and also biology. So the identity here is no longer pinned to your biology, but to your orientation. And this determines your sexuality, and this determines your romance, and the romance determines the foundation for marriage. So here is where the problem is. Because now, this has completely changed. And not only are we dealing with this, but now we are dealing with, what if I am married and I am happy? But what if I can be happier? So it doesn't matter how happy I am, but I can be happier. So now there is another problem, because now you are moving from this village to a tribe of 2. And when you deal with this foundation, you begin to realize now that there is a problem within the house. Now, when you look at how all this is now affecting our health, then you can realize these factors that are influencing the health of an immigrant. We reach a point where we talk about immigrant paradox, where we come from home expecting that this is a better land. And so when you look at the health of the immigrant arriving from Kenya, the expectation is that they will do much better now, but sometimes it is the opposite. Either we are beginning to be obese, either we are beginning to have mental issues, and what was thought to be like the opportunity to climb up, it's beginning to go down. And that is partly because of the pre-migration issues, like trauma, torture, and climate, to especially things that have to do with economic disparities, epidemiological profiles, linguistic, and what we call social distance, because the difference between the two cultures. Now you add to that what was happening during the migration, how we arrived here. Okay, to you, everything will be over. No, it's not easy as that. So, language difficulties, separation from family, this authorization, and social exclusion and discrimination. After you landed is when you realize, oh my goodness, I'm black. I didn't know that. What happened? Because it was not an issue, but now it's become an issue here. How do you deal with it? And then most of the time we've stayed here, and it reaches a point where you get so fed up and you decide, I'm doing what? I'm going back home. Then you realize, the country you also left is different. You're no longer Kenyan anymore after you have been here. Ang inya ilen kawen diga. Telen na iti tegi kawala golit. Iga pa eme. Ngabi len ingati len kawaga kabisa ko stress emon. Mo jawo kabisa ba mo ibeni agba wasibek. Koi ta ko lo ka unke kabisa. Kela ji me ko ne jai but bana ma ko di jai na suguisi. O ga monori ba huni guys. Isi le ke paran korita de ko endi. Ileni ti tenyor wikyo kami nasare tol kiko pa chogen mi jun Nairobi ko kiko pa jun ko landa ko mastage kwa ko kyo par mayang ko gerin ko moy ko jutimda ko ne ko nget ko ne ko wir chip ko et ko le ko na ja jo bwana sasa ile ko nyo ne ko rodis mata mai ben ba ungei mata nyor ji ne ngalol si tuai ako ila nyinde ke diwege lagi nim nyono no bor to man yor gino go jenge e utan ne ngile ni le go gi ngele go ima golem go le go meto ko ma me ani sigi siet go lo ye telen ko mel go pele bi isi sasibile. So what do I do? Iwege ne nyono nu amu ma nyor gino go isore, because the culture completely changed. You can't get what you wanted. So you try to go back. It becomes a problem. So how do we prepare to go back? And how do we prepare to be in this country? Because you cannot completely change overnight. Then there is role confusion. Then you wonder whose lifestyle now will be compromised and whose will be discarded. You know, in Gaolini, you knew who woke up to feed the baby. You knew who went out to kill the the beast and bring it home. In Nyagitugorani, it is different. Your wife will be the first one to get a job, and you're the last one to get a job. Kung Gabrielsi met Kemboy, Kelagawan of Amruil, Gilago, Kajum Dau Gidogo, Amusi. What kind of a man are you? What am I doing in this house? So the question is now reevaluating the views and the beliefs about ourselves. So you reach a point where you begin to wonder, what is the basis of being a male and a female anymore, because your identity has been challenged. Now, all these are happening, but add to it now the danger of trauma, if there is trauma going on. I'm using this in courtesy of Dr. Angie Minor. So here we are dealing with issues of trauma. This is trauma within the family. We may have come from a place where, unfortunately, there was emotional abuse and sexual abuse. There was an absenteeism of a parent, maybe because of drugs and whatever. What about if a family member has been incarcerated? What about chronic illnesses in the families? What about issues of displacement and death of a family member? And you're dealing with all those issues. But even beyond this, you're dealing with all this community trauma. Poor housing, historical and collective trauma, poverty, food scarcity, rural-urban migration, extrajudicial killing, all these things, the impact of colonialism and historical trauma. Structural racism, particularly even due to colonialism. And then when you arrive here, you're still dealing with that as well. Violence, crime. Then now the environment, you're dealing with that as well, back home and even here. Vector-borne diseases, limited drinking water, droughts, deforestation, heat waves, all this. But at the same time, we also have these issues of cultural trauma in the subconscious level. Issues of historical genocide, historical grievances and slavery, toxic masculinity, intergenerational trauma, all this coloniality. These are issues that we are now adding. Most of these are at the subconscious level. What do you do as a man when you finally arrive here and for the first time you realized that your wife was a victim of sexual abuse? That maybe it was common in the village and everybody said, you know what, that's what happens. But she arrives here and now begins to learn about that it was supposed to have been dealt with, that somebody must have suffered for that something happened even within the family, and for the first time, it hits. Because she was in survival mode, but now you're in a place where she's no longer in that survival mode. Now the reality has dawned, everything is up, and that trauma begins to ooze out. And all of a sudden, your relationship begins to change. What do you do? When now she has the language that she did not have, what she thought was normal in some situations, but now realizes, no, it was not. Let me try again. What happens is historical trauma and generational embodiment of traumatic experiences, what we call adverse childhood experiences, will always change because of the social conditions of where you grew up and the local context. It will result in adverse childhood experiences that begins to change the neurodevelopment of the brains, particularly if this happened earlier in their growth, where the neurons were developing. So the neurotransmitters and the neural development is altered. As a result of that, we see social and emotional and cognitive impairment that continues, even though we are doing well academically. But we begin to realize that there are some things that are happening, and there is adoption of health behaviors. See, this ACEs study was discovered because Dr. Felitti was doing a research with one of the CDC doctors, working with Kaiser Permanente. There was a lady that was scheduled for a major surgery. She decided that she is going to eat and gain weight. Hopefully, nobody will rape her again when she is obese and overweight. That she will be ugly enough to avoid that trauma. She was doing it as a coping mechanism. And then he began to do the same research, and over discovered that a lot of early childhood experiences are now reflected 50 years later, 40 years later, through high blood pressure, through cardiovascular issues, through things like diabetes, through all these kinds of things. And I don't have time to show the statistics and the correlation between the ACEs and all complications of every kind of disease. Not just lifestyle diseases, but all kinds of diseases, and the correlation that comes as a result of that. Because of changes that occur at the disruptions of the neuropsychological development and the wiring of the brain, not only the wiring of the brain, but also the interpretations of the epigenes, the epigenetic reactions, and the reading of all the chemical processes that are supposed to go on. So that's why also there is an adoption of health risk behaviors that result in disease and disability and social problems leading to early death. So as a result of this, as immigrants, we begin to struggle to look for happiness. Not meaning, not purpose on life, but happiness. And the moment we go for pleasure and happiness, we get into an issue because there is a paradox that the more you run searching for happiness, the less you're able to get it. You become more anxious, more depressed, looking for this happiness. Because happiness is defined as a state of comfort and ease, a feeling good at the moment. But the moment you're looking for that, you begin to realize that the longer you chase for it, the more unhappy you become. So how do we deal with this? Because we're talking about family support. Number one is when you realize where we've come from as a society and realize that the society of settlement here. So what is happening is understanding the sociological background, the differences between the culture we've come from and the culture that we're settling in, and the dynamics that are generated because of this cultural contact. Then what happens sometimes is when we arrive here, there is a, right here in the middle is a precipitating event. Tai wendi ngailabati, tele nigar ka Christmas ala bale tula. Kung nyele ni kuskongo ka koit kita, agele jin konulisyenit. But before that, ko kage gergele ngoi tering, ngoi toy. Ko ka walang ngalega ak tebutik kitebenet. So the question is, there is a precipitating event that occurs here, which begins to be a stressor in your life. How you deal with that will determine whether it is going to be a growth for you or a stress response. And the strategy you use will ultimately result in this outcome of how do you deal with that. And most of the time, it depends on what we call moderating factors before migration and moderating factors during and after migration. What is your personality? What is your language level? The accent involved, the acculturation strategies, and the training experiences that you bring. again, the amount of contact that you have had, the length of this contact, the cultural distance, and the amount of life changes you have gone through. Because you are bringing everything to the table when you are dealing with all these issues. Among Yeleni Batile, Kiaglejo, Tait Pitanine, Upketevenen, Ongileni Bating, Tagorona Takatuki, Botila Manin, Golimba, Anangobagole, Lena Yegoro, Gebrisi Metkela, one at an ornament. Taglen Gatep Kelim Unabamru, is be like an Enye, go tap Kolen, or Gage Jubingolin, Amuka Wang Yetolinda. If Kolengo would list it, go to Signe. You got to reject about Mr. More, kill More, oh yeah, young More, and you own Ingolato, kill no, Mammy, anybody in More. Oh, Mr. Moore, you mean Mr. Moore, okay. You feel like an idiot. In your gag, Kindere, Capsa. Mugato, you may again, tell any again, I don't want any black thing touching me. I always say, come griji, see you be young at another Nas no watching it, you come griji, Joto, Ilanani. Ileni to Gagi, we have been right. Quite boy, your Nilan go to a goonie. Got your message in your Jacaboli, or what you're going to look about beijing betonin and you. Cagoitas, then Alaman, Ingolin, and Vagole. Okay, men lagat ko gibrisi mo siya lagat tibat ki karit ko imenit. Kung ngep kay polisi lebas. Nebasomog na barani. Kumabuat yo lang tu ila tarjini ang na ya biasa na si tao yaw he. Lagi ko jagay. There are so many things going on. Kung kaya tao limbore so having you what is happening at the cultural level, at the societal level, what is happening to us. When you add issues like the Black Lives Matter and all the things that happened, every time this is happening, you know, what is amazing is research has shown something very interesting. That when women delay giving birth to their first child, the longer a woman delays giving birth, the better the chances for the mother and the child. The longer they wait to give birth, the better the chances for all women except black women. And so why except black women? Because the longer they wait, all women have better chances for their own health and the child's health. But the longer black women postpone their marriage, postpone their childbirth, the worse the outcomes. Why? Because the longer they deal with all the racism, the longer they deal with all the trauma, the longer they deal with all these things, the worse the chances. Are we together? So while we are dealing with all this, what is going on here? So suppose we go back and instead we begin to change these issues and look for support systems that can be able to help us. So that instead of understanding the strength of what we call PACEs, PACEs is not, it's almost the opposite or the antidote against ACEs, advanced childhood experiences. But we are now talking about protective and complementary experiences. So protective and complementary community experiences. So what you're doing is, instead of bringing the ACEs, what we are doing now is that we are actually allowing what we call the community cultural wealth. So instead of allowing the ACEs, the advanced childhood experiences that we have gone through, the community, you remember I said the community gave you what? Belongingness, it gave you purpose, it gave you transcendence and stories to live by. So, but by coming together as a tribe, as a people, it does help us to instead get that protective and compensatory community experiences. So as we build a community here, what it does then is it helps us know that we are coming from a position of strength and also forming a tribe and a culture and a community that can be able to support each other to complement whatever differences we have. And as a result, when we begin to go through this, we have actually not deficits in skills, but strengths. And therefore, we begin to have responses that are not only affective, cognitive and behavioral, but they are positive instead of negative. And therefore, it will result in both positive, sociocultural, and psychological outcomes. I want to close with this verse. You know, when I read the first group, remember, let me go back. In Laitorin ng Naboeng, 2 Kings chapter 17, verse 24. Kohole, Kimut Laitoria, the king, brought Assyrians and resettled them to replace the place where the Hebrews, the Israelites, had been taken away. And what he was very strategic about is between Galilee and Judea, he placed them right in between them to make sure that both of the two houses, the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, he resettled them in Samaria to cause a buffer zone so that they don't come together, to separate the two tribes. But the Bible says a very interesting thing. Amugi magongen biton wegap aksautik ang magutik agaruray wegap cheptalelita be mo no toki. What happened? Ogi am ngatunyik. What did they do instead? Verse 28. Mataw na tipte magtasap. Ako ngatan yung laitoria taba surya gole. Omutu agenge engtisik kegi mut kelul ko lulanik. Asa kapit komenyo lotok ako net je ko bogit no kamukto inde tabe mo notok. Konya anyo nagenge engtisik kegi mut. Ko ba olimba Samaria asa kapit komen Bethel ako net je ulo ka nyol gi gwaito kamukto inde. Imugak sege buang yagitu emoni ko emetap tondon emetap kejun emetap igalak. What they did is, in order to stop them from dying, they returned one of the priests that had been taken to captivity. Asagabit nyogotebe kwenunwa agonet magutik ap kaptayat ap Israel. Natamone ko yok Jehovah tisik ko tebe kwenut ap tuyoni. Asagabit ko barwech magetap Jehovah na migibsangwit. Semangatay kasui amugi miya mambaji age metap tondon. May tu agi muat tenengemoni amai nai olagibunai. Amumi ngatunyik jagi ko tarbikyo. Natamone migibay tinikwenunyo jagi yok Jehovah asukabit konet mengote tabiyatenyo. Sukabit ko sopjabikyo kagait proindo. Nako tinggolimbaga. Kung ako sa engkesasis, ako it proindo, nakaitip ko birenik ko okyo. Kung gut ko matonon sa bigap Jehovah, kundo jiburyet, nabakotap Jehovah. Kung itay kasui. Kero, that is the first thing we need to do in rebuilding the foundation. Number two, we need to rebuild the village in this great metropolis and get support systems within God's people. Majo kapit support system ne baboy siyak kengalal jin monungo taigi akopit kasimenik chay mujugoti kwanyik kemengejen engamet wagik chok chengalal jin akonet kwanyik kemengejen ako ko kuya kora matebet kityo nagigibunga ako atebet olegiteptoy na ngom ke miemoni ko katay ngalale ko kamwa Dr. Bore yesterday kole nyum gawe ka ko ken ipkejeng ke babe nigi pagimbo ama ko mi gimbo rit lagi nito ko lene sang kimbo kong gawe ka nguno agip kege ra ko tumwekyo ko gige bwa awi ko saitan ip kong get kityo put amu gigen ko giben di tumdo ke mustoy ipkejeng ei material nagiben di kon libuo gigi akta alamal ip kong alal ki jam ke ben di gabor ko ki jam ka tugul ju sige setan ke tugul jagi ki pa isye lagi ni inyamio ko tosta ke ben di gap kira ni ke jeng monungot anang ki jeng ei ngok betu sye ju na matrenik ke mitein ben josye Majina matinya kasi, dia betul, dia kujut kai yat. Nengete menje taga kwendi menje taga akwendi menje taga. Amu matinya ba isiat. Wa kujutat kai, koyat na yeg aweng material. Nyokole jine kijana yat naga tare glasi si. Kaki ku yege. Ki ko betiap tumek. Kimi tumak ti bag biraon, ko mi jegi bane, tukuk ki ko betiap. Ako ran ngi ngolol ji nyorubik ki ngen kit kombolat kit yone tere agoy. Ma ko ngen tukuk ki ke buase ke betiap ko tagje. Ko ngudang kot kewe ke atag age ay tukuk ki ma gi ngen ologi ki bunu. Ako lagi bendi, ako yamane se ay tumtani. Ko amane tumtana bag biraon ko terak tumtani na ga lak kyun ko hitep tano. Amane si ko betiap tol. Tukul jegi ay agaru na yek jegi mi ang nang ne ko higo betya ndaki guito si gele gi betya no ak ne gi ga guyeta ngalianda ni mun dakat ni parainda ak parainda nagararan taw ngalale ole gi bunu tum ta ko ngeta koy ne ngalal jin bi kyo ka guyen ni ako lagi mujige tek tametit agi mujige tek tap nguna parainda ne bo ole ga ka itu emoni. Building that village support. Number 3, restoring relationships. Let me close with this. There is a Harvard study. This is the longest study in the world. They have been doing this study for 85 years. It started in 1938. So in 1938, they got 724 people in the US. And they have been studying it for 85 years. Now we have less than 60 people that are alive in this study. Now, the director that is there is the 4th director of the research project. So what is amazing about this study, they took about half of the people were from the rich families, and the other half was from the projects. Out of those, I think 3 have been presidents of the United States. And those were from the lowest projects. But what is amazing is that as they have studied these people, of course, when they studied earlier, every 2 years they were doing that. But they are studying not only their health. They collect their physical health every year, psychological health, all these kinds of things. But they have also reached a point, even those who died, they have actually donated their brains for study. But they do a lot of CT scans and MRIs and all these kinds of things. They have studied their life. They have watched them talking to their wives. Now, they are following up 2,000 of their children and grandchildren. And they have been doing it from 1938 to now. What is amazing from this study, longevity has nothing. It was not the issue of exercise, diet, and all these other things did not feature anywhere. But the best thing that they have studied all these years is the relationships that they had. The relationships that they had. The question they were asking them is in the middle of the night when you're in trouble, anything, who do you call? Who is the first person that you will call? Who will be the person that will be there for you? And they looked at all the relationships they have had. Tebutienyo. Ingap kaitu kogenyo naga. Une tiliande ngung agoso tiangung. Une tiliande ngung ang monungo tiangung. Sigere isap to speak yo genyi. Ko kijam ko tinyi tiliande ak pikwa. Ngagi boy shek yo ko ki monungo. Lagi ni gingen. O lagi tep tayo akwa nyikwa. Aon gisam ki ko leginin ko ibano. Kaip kalip ka, gip korwang ne, nyana muy ne porwaji, ete beraita. Lagi ne mutai ko mele nyo, mwagolo ko le jaje bete taja, pole ngo pai siya oi kaip kalip ka, go baru ko gagere ko uni. Ako nda mi girwa ka na girwaji, ko tepcha ko ngalala kya bete mutai nyo ko tilgir waget, ko buajin. Lagi ne kori ba giri ba na mai manu in oso tiat, map ko mo ta ba yan ni ko le pa ko mo ajin yo aja. Gitepche ko gita niya kino ko sa laboyot ko sa lijam ko mi sa lijam ko le hop mwisho aba tumtumay aba je mangira aba ko imen no ka bat ko kora kalau bilang tiara kana lagi disalai ko sa lagi na boyot ya biasa ni sa ko le asai kor get nyo asai komut kor komut orang kotot asai kor gen nyo kep ke kwan kikisalay agetipche ing goshinit agon dit nagararan. It is those relationships that helped them. Ako ko egi tuip kolilya tuai amu kinging ke tebutyen you not nagole na teb. How is our relationship? In Ruth nagasoman chapter 1 verse 9. May God grant you that you may have rest in the house of your husband. Tebutyen yu kingi mutulakwan epkopchi. Kutos kinyo kunyuruka munget ingo ingung. At kenya ko tokorote masokore ka ko keseni ako tienjin ko mining. Ko bwati tao lila ko kenya ko CJ ako ani. At kenya ko kwanye ko mingin. Has that dream come true or has it turned into a nightmare? King ko lakwane guy. Ko kinya giarngan ko tunggo sisay. Ko giko kwalile ne. Amu kanya ko walak iya gutyon tong guy. Au ki jamat kenya ko tibiri bising ka blaboto ni ni gemboy. Ang weri ngot koit. Ko tos kinyi wage ko amu wendi kasi gibu masiara jajang. Those kini wage weri ko sis ko kwang ngile ni geru uji nagi ko kwam bisi. That is my question. Une weri. Famenyu alengondo ywe Jehovah. Yegere tuguju tugulju. Let me close with this one. This is now the trauma issue. I showed you earlier this one here. But instead of having these ACEs, we are now having this last one. This is where now community development comes in. It's an integrated contextual approach where instead of talking about these traumatic experiences, we are looking at it doesn't matter what our pre-existing contextual issues are, but instead of allowing it to bring detriment into our, but by intervening as a community, by intervening as a family, by intervening as a people, by God's people, and servants of the Lord, the pastors and all the shepherds, work to have a supportive environment. Then we will move this towards milder and fewer reactions rather than the consequences that would have been severe. As we move up, not only do we avoid this apparative salience in the network, but optimum executive network. By moving the default network to the left, we are moving from this hyper-arousal when it comes to issues of trauma to actually emotional regulation instead. This is how we begin to raise our children. And therefore, we stop this generational curse, moving it more into the healthy behaviors rather than the risky. What do I do with a girl or a boy that comes and tells me, I'm no longer a girl, I want to be a boy? It depends on what is the relationship that we have had. Unet liandin giger goron ko kanget isole leni gong koy gorge isole ko gararan ko jeptan lineni iko sange nagita TV na kay ni ngete tanon ni so ilejine mi chenga kay ka ko TV ko sirin. So day by day he begins to think about that and it's crystallized in his mind. What about the social support that you get? What about the health support that they get? Because all this will build longevity instead of morbidity. Amaja wangi otak. Tachate bole. Une tiliandin nyo agorikyok. Une tiliandin nyo ak Jehovah. Une tiliandin nyo ak tisi ab kamukta indet. Chegiyok Jehovah ko tebe moni. Sigotore tej. Amungot ko maunat. Ko kala minga tunyik cetare jajang aku be kiemoni ak tungela ya sandugusya sa men yu kos kalangoni ingolimbaga ageng sai ne kange asis nge mone cherongo Alen ngotep Jehovah tatyo kong kalalji sa banwek kyo kang mga tosyek kyo amonita sa menu ang gaya na tap Jesu.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Asante sana. Pigeni ya makofi tena. Kinegana hii. One thing, I'll apologize because I know all of you have tons of questions, but we are running 30 minutes late. Kage chelewan. Let me make just one comment. They always say that Kalemen are not romantic. We were very romantic. Where did we lose our romanticity? We need a class to be taught how to speak like them. So you're very romantic. We need to get back. These people learn from us. So we need to get back to that language again. So we have to teach you. No, as we talk to you, you're going to embrace it. Because it's in the roots. That means we just have to modernize it. So that it's to the language. Kimbo ya kitambo, tunaweka kwa kimbo ya size ndio shikane. Isn't that what so that will work. So with that said, I still apologize about last night. I am very sorry. I still take full ownership as the main organizer for this event for what transpired last night. It really was something that went beyond our control. We had everything planned to the T. It's just the fact that on the execution of, when you order pizza from Pizza Hut and they tell you the delivery is at this time, if they don't show up, then you really don't have control at that time. And that's what happened last night. So on behalf of GOTABGAA, I still want to apologize. I am very sorry. That is not who we are as a people. We had it planned to the T. They showed up late, but at that time it was too late. But today we're going to make it up. I missed a lot, but because I wanted to make sure that the food is there, it's on time. I have to make sure that we also have the event moving on. So with that said, please, leo tutajipanga. We'll go there. We have to. My request is all of us will go, right? But saa zingine ngeta uneja bikyo ya kumagwegi tukidogo wachukue kwanza, and then the rest of us can just go. If you get your food cooler, okay, please, one of the requests that this place requested, yesterday people started spilling food and drinks on these chairs. This is a sanctuary where they use. So if we can be able to make sure that we don't bring any colored drinks up, we try to eat on the other designated areas, we really appreciate that, okay? So with that said, Pastor, can you come and pray for us, and then we'll go for lunch? And then please, tukimaliza lunch, let's come back so that we can get the events rolling. Because today, we'll make sure, I'll stand back at the chakula imefika pale by 5. So that mgule haraka, we can get the rest of the event. Because by 8 o'clock, 8:30, nataka nitoe viatu. I'm used to wearing tennis shoes. But I have to look good for you guys.
Thank you so much, Vice President. Let's pray for our lunch. Father, we thank you. We bless you for being a good God to us since morning, Lord. And as we break for lunch, my Father, we bless the food ahead of us, Lord. As we partake of it, bless it for the glory of your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Enjoy your lunch.
Israeli, Farao kauliza mnakwenda na nani? Tunaondoka na watoto wetu wote. Ewe ndugu tabu zake, tunakwenda juu mbinguni. Zote mnamuachia ndani, Bwana mwaishi maisha ya dhiki shida, nasi twasema hayo yote ya kitambo. Dunia leo inatuuliza, hizi raha zote mnamuachia ndani, Bwana mwaishi maisha ya dhiki shida, nasi twasema hayo yote ya kitambo. Sisi na jamaa zetu zote, dunia hii siyo kwetu, tumechoshwa na tabu zake, tunakwenda juu mbinguni. Sisi na jamaa zetu zote, dunia hii siyo kwetu, tumechoshwa na tabu zake, tunakwenda juu mbinguni. Sisi na jamaa zetu zote, dunia hii siyo kwetu, tumechoshwa na tabu zake, tunakwenda juu mbinguni. Sisi na jamaa zetu zote, dunia hii siyo kwetu, tumechoshwa na tabu zake, tunakwenda juu mbinguni.
Imana yitayandeni.
Ongena imana Jehova pamutaine. Ongea kitaya desa wana kiasi omerure. Ongena imana Jehova pamutaine. Ongea kitaya desa wana kiasi omerure.
Uro e uro.
Uro
E uro e uro.
uro
Uro e uro.
uro
E uro e uro.
uro
Uro uro e.
uro
Uro uro e. Oye zatyenji langenyule. Zatyenji rwandene zabe. Oye zatyenji langenyule. Zatyenji rwandene zabe. Alegi mechango zarwale. Ogana bwanengeringe. Alegi mechango zarwale. Ogana bwanengeringe. Inanda negi goitoge. Oye uro uro. Uro uro e. Ae uro uro. Uro uro e. Ae uro uro. Oye zotiana warekya. Zotiana urchigitaya. Oye zotiana warekya. Zotiana urchigitaya. Ola zo urchilongenyan. Urchirwandene sabe. Oye zo urchilongenyan. Urchirwandene sabe. Ongetien. Ongetien gisarune. Ongetien. Ongetien gisarune. Ongetien gilaitoria. Ongetien gineboman. Ongetien. Ongetien gisarune. Ongetien ginjesonya. Ene motingaloti. Ongetien. Ongetien. Uro uro e. Ae uro uro. Uro uro e. Ae uro uro. Oye zingotie mureni. Gotie mureni gakwanyi. Oye zingotie lagotia kwe. Oye zotie nunerani. Ole uro. E uro e uro. Ye uro e uro. Ye uro uro. Oye gotien soboisie. Gotien gipsen gwetagimwe. Oye zigotien malaike. Oye gola sietindenya. Oye gola sarundinde. Neginyo zigo gaitoge. Oye zigo naimwandugo. Oye sago bamnyindani. Ye uro uro e. Ae uro uro. Ye uro uro e. Ae uro uro.
Sherehe tamu hoye, sherehe tamu hoye, sherehe tamu hoye, sherehe tamu hoye. Anyin, anyin, anyin tundo, anyin, 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 anyin tundo, anyin. Sherehe boa hoye, sherehe boa hoye, sherehe boa hoye, sherehe boa hoye. Anyin, anyin, anyin tundo, anyin, 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 anyin tundo, anyin. Iyani yetinde, iyani yetinde, iyani yetinde, iyani gagoyan, iyani yetinde, iyani yetinde, iyani yetinde, iyani gagoyan. Asay, asayo, asayo, asay, asay, asayo. Onge toro yage jamasay, asay, asayo, asayo, asay, asay, asayo. Onge toro yage jamasayo. Sherehe tamu hoye, sherehe tamu hoye, sherehe tamu hoye, sherehe tamu hoye. Anyin, anyin, anyin tundo, anyin, anyin, hoye, sherehe poa hoye, sherehe poa hoye, sherehe poa hoye, anye, anye, anye tundo, anye, 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 anye tundo, anye gisetwe amenelo, yebara, anye gisetwe amenelo, yebara, anye gisetwe agoy barba, yebara, anye gisetwe agoy barba, yebara, anye gisetwe agoy masa, yebara, anye gisetwe agoy masa.
Italang ngoliot kimuy kichuti chege eno tebe nemye amun yegere jego tebe ngwong netilil nebo togoiwe isiet komuy kobwonji kiptayat nenyono konyor sobondo lelestan nebo sang nebo laetab sumek ak kalaketab karikab dhahabu ak nebo ngoroik ingok chito neunga nebo muguleldo elelestan nemong'emokse nebo tomimiriet netala akosise noton akichek kwonyik chetililen chukibo keny chekimomuche kobo kokasin monong'otoikwak mamwa ole alelesta nebo sang amun ininyoru kwony necheleleyan kosirto kole wir kekusyin kong'o naningen korargen nematinyi lagok kyous kowochin konda mamwa ole alelesta nebo sang amun ininyoru kwony necheleleyan kosirto kole wir kekusyin kong'o naningen korargen nematinyi kere lagok kyok kokere kowochin konda namalale Damalele, 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 damalele to Maria Arusi, damalele, damalele to Maria Arusi, damalele, damalele to Maria Arusi, damalele, 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 damalele to mami to wet, damalele, damalele to Maria Arusi, damalele, damalele, la 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 la, damalele, damalele, la 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 la, damalele to macham ya bichon, damalele, damalele to macham ya bichon, damalele, damalele zanjem, damalele zanjem, damalele to mabwa big mabwa, damalele, 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 damalele to mabwa big mabwa, damalele, damalele to mami goni, damalele, 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 damalele to magus kong sana, damalele, 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 Ongilasunga mukta inde, emye indanyi.
Ineneribe sabanekyo, simagilusie.
Ongilasunga mukta inde nyan, emye indanyi.
Ineneribe sabanekyo, simagilusie.
Otkenji nga mukta inde nyan, genda nerure.
Ongetenji nengaremeto, ketiengo gasa.
Otkenji nga mukta inde nyan, genda nerure.
Ongetenji nengaremeto, ketiengo gasa.
Baka muiset boisionik kigo, chekigo yaiwe.
Onyanjet ko iemeto, emene ama.
Baka muiset boisionik kigo, chekigo yaiwe.
Onyanjet ko iemeto, emene ama.
Asai konyo, asai wenye konyo, asai, kitoroji magele, oi, otoroja kojam, agolenji, asai wenye, Kibai never mando, Kibai rani we, Kibai never mando, Kibai rani we, Kibai never mando, Kibai rani we, Kibai never mando.
Asante Baba. tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen omangwanyun ketoro ilakwenyo chebaibai amu inen gae kemite yuran tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen gele anyingo anyine bai mano matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen chepkizuzundina chemungeno matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen goroite netinye sigerek matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen jarani boiboiyet eng kokwaniyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen okaskerani bororiet ak oret matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen asai mureret nelel gatit matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen kizuzungina gonyogao matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen kongoi moitanyo kitelel goungotit matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen asanyo ibaragi watoshek matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen talara chepkargen ugorgobyugoyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen geseni lakwet akoum tuguk matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen koum tuguk ipkorosek akomima matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen asai mureret nelel gatit matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen giyetyigon nebo tetela matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen masitae imamoshek ak sengeshek matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen ineti lalik bibek echirek matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen ineti lagok ting'oliotab Jehova matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen ngete kotakolelechen kelek nego matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen tundanya ongele anyinyo matoro ilakwe tasai chepkargen
Ganda mi tegi suleni kia soti aina. Gige tabi Engoma simisinga bayamgebe goma sina. Ilenji jeso alama like onge ayena ine. Amumite jeso nyanje torit atatuliza bahari. Hatutaogo paka muwe. Tunasonga mbele, 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 mbele. Tunasonga mbele. Many mountains to come, many victories to be won. We go carry the gold, there is no stopping. We go carry the gold, go, go. We go carry the gold, there is no stopping. Make we carry the gold, go, go. Make we carry the gold, there is no stopping. Make we carry the gold.
Elder Records.
Ali digai ngalaga Texas man ko mudi. Mamba bungu nani hakuna mtu ataweza. Tosma jawaba baba. Mamba ni ringolang moyes.
Stano. Seguinde. Ajega Jason.
Elder Records.
Asoginde.
Pai mugule tan koman. Amutum danyo. Wah. Si.
Yes, all of the tap tainya. Itai tap kelye kyo amu edigo sulai. Yeah, very nice. Yes, all of the tap tainya. Itai tap kelye kyo amu edigo sulai. Yeah, very nice. Tado eganyun very good. Yeah, very nice. Tado eganyun very good. Yeah, very nice. Tunda.
Okaskenyu. Amu petungwa. Betutneo.
yamepita, sitarudi nyuma. Mateso yaliyopita sitayaona tena, kilio kilichopita hicho ndicho cha mwisho, maana ni mwanzo mpya wa kubarikiwa. Nasema ni mwanzo mpya, Bwana kanikumbuka, ni mwanzo mpya. Nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya. Nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya. Watoto wanazaliwa, biashara zaimarika kwenye mwanzo mpya, na cheo tunapandishwa sasa, ni mwanzo mpya. Na Kenya yasonga mbele mama, kwenye mwanzo mpya. Watoto wanazaliwa, ni mwanzo mpya. Biashara zaimarika kwenye mwanzo mpya, na cheo tunapandishwa sasa, ni mwanzo mpya. Na Kenya yasonga mbele mama, machozi yamepanguzwa, ni mwanzo mpya. Kilio sasa ni kicheko kwenye mwanzo mpya. Nyamaza usilie tena mami, nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya. Nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya. TV Psych on the beat. Nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya. Nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya, nimeanza mwanzo mpya. Ni mwanzo mpya, mwanzo mpya. Ni mwanzo mpya, mwanzo mpya. Ya kale yamepita, sitarudi nyuma. Mateso yaliyopita sitayaona tena, kilio kilichopita hicho ndicho cha mwisho, maana ni mwanzo mpya wa kubarikiwa. Nasema ni mwanzo mpya, Bwana kanikumbuka. are in love, that are in love, that are in love, kararan jomnete, that are in love, that are in love, and they never wear it, karanyon gaiman ho, that are in love, that are in love, that are in love, kararan jomnete.
Long and you in
Iborchin gemautage nae. Moitoi sengwetishe lilindang'ung baba. Ibortoi soet boisionik ab eung'ung. Mwochin betutage ng'olyondeng'ung. Iborchin gemautage nae. Jehova nenyu, igomuktoinde. Jehova nenyu, imuji tugul. Jehova nenyu, isobije mnyando. Achomin baba. Jehova nenyu, mamine uinye. Jehova nenyu, igomuktoinde. Jehova nenyu, imuji tugul. Jehova nenyu, neborirene. Jehova nenyu, mamine uinye. Jehova nenyu, igomuktoinde. Jehova nenyu, imuji tugul. Jehova nenyu, isobije mnyando. Jehova nenyu, mamine uinye. Jehova nenyu, igomuktoinde. Jehova nenyu, imuji tugul. Jehova nenyu, neborirene. Jehova nenyu, mamine uinye. Baba. Jehova nenyu, igomuktoinde. Jehova nenyu, imuji tugul.
Just sit on the beats.
Sorry.
tupigie makofi tumi tafadhali. Najua tumekula, najua tumechoka kidogo. Barnabas. Tafadhali. Ayo, so mwambicha wenye wako pale nje tafadhali muniombee wakuje hapa ndani. We are quite a number of people outside there. Organizing program about the next program tafadhali. Whoever is outside there tafadhali watu waingie hapa ndani. Naona Madam President ana request muingie ndani. Kindly tafadhali. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Kongo ya Munga wakasaha. Tukuje ndani sasa tafadhali. Cause on to begin the next program. Asanteni sana. Okay. Asante sana. Beautiful. Barnabas, tafadhali ambia watu nyoko hapo nje wakuje. Naona watu wanapiga story, wanachapa story kweli kweli. Waje hapa alafu tuweze kuanza. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Tumekula lunch na tumeshiba kweli kweli. And you guys are looking good. Hey. We mnakaa vizuri. Simujipigie makofi kwa sababu mnakaa vizuri. Asante sana. In the morning, nilikuwa nimepotea kidogo. Nilikuwa nimeenda Minnesota na nikarudi. Nilikuwa nimeenda kusalimia watu wa Kisii. Na nimekuja, I was told the older you grow in Kisii, the more sauti inazidi kuwa soprano. Tawarikuwa Houston ni Texas. Wale ambao kwa pale nje tafadhali na
Naona mzee wa Minnesota ako hapa hivi. Now I want us to do that. We are going to sing only 2 songs. Wacha niongee kama kikale sasa Kisungu. We are going to sing only 2 songs. Na mimi nataka tuimbe kabisa kwa sababu we are live. Nataka tuonekane kwa to do. And ladies, I want us to show these men how to do this song. Alafu wanaume msifikirie nimewaacha, tukimalizana na kina mama. Wanaume mnakuja tuimbe African way hapa.
Wanyoroshako twist.
Songeshe miguu.
Wasiote nyoroshako twist kitoko.
So ladies, you will just go around like this. Kuna nafasi, go around like this.
Tutazunguka, si ndio?
Hey.
Hapo sawa.
In fact, MC, can you lead them? Yes.
Okay, niko hapa.
All ladies, nataka mfuate Jafe. Fuateni Jafe. Sawa. Haya twende DJ. Haya twende kila mtu. Hey, 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 hey. Hey,
nipatie kwa mapeka.
Tuimbe. Amwae gongo, Yesu amwae gongo.
Hey, hey.
Amwae gongo, Yesu amwae gongo. Amwae gongo, Yesu amwae gongo. Kila mtu. Yesu wewe tabia. Amwae gongo. Amwae gongo, Yesu amwae gongo. Hey. Amwae gongo, Yesu amwae gongo. Amwae gongo, Yesu amwae gongo. Yesu wewe tabia. Amwae gongo.
Weka mikono juu.
Mikono juu. Kila mtu.
Haya, twende mabega kidogo.
Vigelegele na nderemo kwa Yesu. Haya, twende kila mtu. Hai. Sacco kibaluya jamani, we. Kila mtu mabega.
Nipeko mabega kidogo.
Magengo, Yesu, ai magengo. Ai magengo, Yesu, ai magengo. Ai magengo, Yesu, ai magengo. Yesu we tapioba, ai magengo.
Itayango,
Yesu, ai magengo. Ai magengo, Yesu, ai magengo. Asante sana. Very beautiful. Twende namna hiyo.
Aya, kamata Range Rover namna hii, twende.
Long and you, Jesu, long and you. Long and you, Jesu, long and you. Jesu we tapioba, long and you.
Aya, weka mkono juu. Weka mikono zote mbili, twende. Haya, weka mikono juu kila mtu tena.
Haya, kila mtu namna hii.
Nipatie waipa sasa, twende.
Kila mtu. Iba iman Jesu. Hallelujah. sauti. Kaswa sauti Yesu ye asai. Kaswa sauti Yesu ye asai. Yesu wele tapcho kaswa sauti.
Aya tunabariki GOTABGAA, weka mikono kila mtu juu. Weka mikono juu.
Kila mtu. Asante sana ladies, asante sana. Now men, I want all men up here where I am.
Hey.
Kujeni raka time inaenda. Men, all men.
Unataka kunivunjia wase?
Ebu walete hapa juu.
Hey.
Thank you ladies, thank you, you did very well.
Unataka
You did very well. I want all men up here.
Unataka kunivunjia kina Chemagari?
Up here. Yeah.
Unataka kunivunjia Chemagari?
Ebu waambie wakuje bwana. Waambie wakuje.
Aya wakuje hapa. Wakuja hapa kina Barnabas, kina Monai, kina Kogo chairman.
Yes.
Kina Garnet mwenyewe. Asante sana. Kina Isaac, kujeni wote.
Ay.
Sasa hii ni nguvu hii.
Wengine wakuje juu, wengine wakuje juu. Wengine wakuje hapa hivi. Hapa juu.
Wapande juu.
Wengine hapa juu. Wengine hapa. Just one line like this. Panga line ndefu hapa.
Beautiful.
Just straight line, Barnaba. Thank you so much, my brother. Yes. Haya. Jafe.
Yo.
Wewe utaonyesha hao namna ya kudance.
Angalia wazee.
Na hao wataniona.
Wazee angalia.
Twende
wazee, twende twist kidogo ya nyumbani. Twist kidogo ya wazee. Twist kidogo ya wazee na mnai.
Haya.
Safi.
Haya.
Miko mnye boisi.
Jafe, utaniona eh? Haya. Volume.
Tunapanda na juu kidogo.
Namna hii kila mtu. When there was trouble, so we must praise Him. When Jesus came down, when He landed in His. But when there was trouble, He came down to our. So now we celebrate Him. Praise Him in Africa.
Thank you. Mjipigie makelele if you were able to stand up. Makofi to yourself. Nana Tachok Tugul to our 2023 AGM. This is where the rubber meets the road. Nogera na teleli gouni kogi sikwangib kende ko tunangibae anweba swete abunu Kericho County. Kigisik chanka Masa Village en Kabianga ki mution Kabisaga en Olimbo Pureti Neteves. Awatega mukta indet agacha mebiga ka agacha moktugul. Kongo inga mungogon on this chance at a legit this organization. The reason why I ran was because of the young generation that is here tonight. I want to applaud every parent that brought their kids to this AGM 2023 in Houston. Magile ngamugo migi nigatoye patkele na nanyonga mungo gursa Madam President ak the whole board kolege tuye in Houston ne maragolla la sister lakini kiomenge e mosta pirchinge e ut ngamunga reto Amache aweki Jehovah gongoi amunkiribo gongetengi ngebeshe Minnesota akibure nchomyetab komuktoindet kotarge itiyeu embetutap raini kongoi wegotab ka kongoi cheptalel amungo iribwon bichu kotkomiyo ngebare kengalale ra komi gatamo kimi biik chikikimi tugul en 2022 lakini bicho kimatokomuch koit yeu Kyotelel ak families chikibet lagok chwak borwek chekikimut koba gaa kikakoit kasartanywan koba kotuiyo ak komuktoindet kikikur icheket en kasarta nekikakesirchi itemi yu itinye kelchin itei making a difference on earth and that is why you are a member of GOTABGAA testa itebi kounon amache asomak for a few moments of silence for anyone that we lost during this time. May their souls rest in peace. Kongoi missing. Kikibet lagok cha, kikoruya, lakini their legacy still lives in us. Kongoi missing amun kabwan. Nogera na teleli. Kogeris? Oger jira kan nanti jamarin dia tanang kongeriye. Tebioso koanyi kelio ingalejo. agenge nemonyo, Miss Pikoti. She was supposed to be one of us, but she couldn't make it. Lakini sateleli si agim si amuchi otito wendo ile ngana wendi betushek tugul ak high heels akobare hey kokale kirwa ki spend nena nyin ogot Mr. Ruto ko spend neni. Welcome to our AGM. Let me welcome each of my board members. I will introduce them. They will have to say a word that attracts you guys to belong to their organization. A teacher will open the door, but you will choose to go in. We must say to that the person at 30 inge to MBP and email it got to seta. Atacha matu gonget MB. Mama wale michine machete gonget. We have other programs. Where are my pastors in the spiritual team? Koro gergi nege na amen. Kisa ejumwambili. Oh dolele ma Madam President. Oh gudona Madam Prayers. Where are my pastors? Please stand up where you are if you belong to the GOTABGAA spiritual team. I see one. I see them. I would request you to stand on behalf of your husband. If you are a spouse to anybody who belongs to a spiritual team, you are covered because they pray day and night. For this event to be successful, they took time. Kongoi ngoberu rock Jehovah. Kitinye NBF National Benevolence Fund. I will just request my chair to stand and then Sid, he's going to have a short presentation in a few. NBF, Oswany was here. NBF, please, if you have even if you have another benevolence fund. Oh, he's right here. Clap for him, please. Even if you have a local chapter benevolence funds, please belong to this train of ours. We are growing. We have seen a growth, and we hope that we will expand these national benevolence funds as Is there any other program I forgot? I think that is all for the programs. Otoga team, let me welcome each and every one of them. I will leave my VP to be the last one because ini kazi yake. Mtampigia makofi. TB na amen Isaac as my executive team first. Take a step ahead. And then VP is here. And this is the executive. Let me start with National Coordinator Joseph Sitiene. Wapi watu wa DC? There we go.
Kongoi Meseng, Madam President. Kaina Kyogo Joseph Sitiene. I'm the National Coordinator of GOTABGAA International. Ago alen gongo yamu kyogo no nafasi ne ana hii shughuli ya kuwa National Coordinator, which has been a very educative role for me. I have to moderate certain platforms, ngonga like up WhatsApp, sometimes on Facebook, so that we can communicate effectively. Sometimes you have to be able to control the content that goes there. Lakini ya lengo ngo cooperation negona big. A lot of times in communication it requires participation of everybody. Actually, we are all safeguardians of the information we relay. The only thing I would like to challenge each other. Women very deliberate. Kage moi work programs to go kibun GOTABGAA International. Ongeri ako sa zingine ko India program ko complicated ko a little difficult. Lakini we have to learn to be a resilient community so that kia ketukul nagagipekot korusinat ko ketoretkei tugul kesutu kiro how to improve on it and make it more sustainable. Sustainable amune kagemwa kele we have the youth that are coming up. What are we gonna hand over to them? We need a vibrant system. Kilen gongoi ing biik tugul, the elders cheki formen GOTABGAA amu ki formen, now they handed it over to us. Let us work together very hard, improve it and pass it on. For all the past leaders cheki go toward this organization, we can never thank you enough. But hopefully through events and organizations cheki formen muni, you will see how grateful we are in expanding GOTABGAA for posterity. Alin gongoi mising, wahai machache, thank you, Madam President, and next to you, Alan.
Thank you. Asante sana. Anege urena Alan Kemboy, natoka Minnesota. Watu wa Minnesota, oh yeah. I came with a big team. I want to hear you again. Huh? Oh yeah. Thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to look after your finances. It's a very challenging job. And I know after this event, a lot of you will be looking at me for figures. And I'll want to say sorry for those who I was a little bit hard at the door. I was trying to ensure that I don't have a lot of questions after this. Another thing I was going to say, I want to thank you all for being here today, because people come all the way from Kenya, all the way from the corners of the US. I've met people from Seattle. I've registered people from some other locations I didn't know they were in the map of the US. I want to say thank you all for supporting us. Thank you all for keeping the Founding Fathers' dream going. And I don't want to say too much because my elders will say the rest. I just want to say karibu, and let's finish in style. Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Esley Kanya from GOTABGAA, Minnesota, and I'm the current Secretary General of GI. And I'm very glad to see a lot of you who've come here from Kenya, Australia, and many parts of the US. And I want to just give a summary of what's going on with our organization in terms of the records that we keep as a Secretary General. You know, numbers speak for themselves. And I'll just give a brief report of what's going on and what's happening in terms of the membership of this organization. So for the last 5 years, it seems that the membership has been on the downward trend. I don't know what's happening, but I think we need to kind of ask ourselves what's going on with this organization. Yeah, for instance, in 2018, we had 993 members, registered members. Then down in 2019, we had 584 members. 2020 to 2022, we didn't do membership registration because of COVID-19 during those years. So we had a constant number of members, standing at 803 members. But currently, we are looking at approximately 500 registered members across our chapters in US. And let me break it down chapter by chapter so that we see where we stand currently. And we'll be comparing 2022 and 2023 in terms of registration. I'll start with my own home chapter, GOTABGAA, Minnesota. In 2022, we had 138 registered members, and currently we only have 36 registered members. So there's a a downward trend, deficit of, I don't know where we lost 102 members. Then Washington, D.C., we had a positive trend. 2022, we had 59 members, registered members, and this year we went up to 81 members, so up by 22 members. Chapter. 2022, we had 305 members, but this year, we only have 110 members, so negative 195 members. So I think something needs to be done in order to kind of get back to track. For Dallas, we have 2 chapters in Texas. So the Dallas chapter, in 2022, we had 125 members. And this year, we have 137 registered members. So up by 12. And the hosting chapter, that's Houston. 2022, 67 registered members. And this year, we had 70 registered members, so up by 3. Let's go to the Iowa chapter. In the year 2020, we had 54 registered members, 2022. And this year we have 80 registered members. So 26 plus members, that's great, yeah. Then down to the California chapter, it's a new chapter headed by Julius Rotich. 2022, we had 20 registered members, and currently we have 23 registered members, so they're up by 3. We go to Alabama. The chairperson over there is David Chumbin. Chumbin is here with us. 2022, we had 6 registered members. 2023, we have a total of 15 registered members, so it's an upward trend by 9. To the state of, that's Wichita in Kansas, Wichita chapter in Kansas, headed by Jacob Mzee. 2022, we had 34 registered members, and currently we have 31 registered members, so it's down by 3 members. Ohio chapter, the last time, 2022, we had 14 members, and we don't have a current update. And I think Madam President has to do something when it comes to Ohio chapter. They've been missing in action, and I think we need to do something in order to get everybody on board. Then we also have Wisconsin chapter. The chairperson is Mr. Limo. 2022, we had 26 registered members, and currently we only have 20 registered members, down by 6. North Carolina, I think is one of the founding chapters of GOTABGAA. 2022, we had 40 registered members, but currently we've not, I've not received any registration numbers from that chapter, and we'll need to figure out what's going on. I think it's up to us to try and reach out and see what's going on in that great chapter of North Carolina. And lastly, we have members who registered directly to GI National. That's all the states that don't have a registered chapter. Their members are registered directly to GI National. And 2022, we had 21 members. And this year, we don't have a clear report currently. So briefly, that's what's going on with membership. around all the chapters, and I think we need to reach out to our friends out there and try to encourage them to be part of this organization, especially coming to such gorgeous events. Thank you so much.
I think Alan has something to say.
Sorry, I thought I would get another opportunity, but apparently I was supposed to say this now. So I was just to provide you the figures on how things look. Unfortunately, we were not able to inherit any cent from the previous team. So we came in with a negative figure. And one thing I would like us as an organization to do while going forward is to make the transition a little bit more transparent and providing details of previous transactions, which this regime is dedicated to in doing. And to add on to that, just wanted to say the figures for these, the budget for this event was approximately at 38K, so 38,000. So far, we're doing so well. We are most definitely going to meet all the costs as projected, and after conclusion, we're going within the next couple of weeks after this event, we shall provide a full details of how much we received, how much we expense, and how much is in the account. That you can take that to the bank. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is the executive team. So our treasurer will give us a review of everything that we have done during this AGM. We will request all our members to be on that Zoom in the month of August. That is our second quarter as we continue, because we're going to have every quarter, we will be giving you guys information of what is going on in GI. So Alan, after this, everything in the AGM, he will balance the books, and you as a member will get the report. Announcement, please, if someone has lost a car key, someone has lost a car keys to Chevy, if you have found keys to a Chevy, please let us know. She's out there looking for the keys. Let me introduce one of our founder members. I know he had already welcomed all of you. This is the person that started this organization with Dr. Rugut. I know he's not here tonight, but I thank God because they came up with this idea of having GOTABGAA. So Ongi Rabo Chin Nebogilo, our own founder, Nagilo Tomga Gomisen AGM Magatogole, Balo Sirono, Kolegitio High, Apogo Tobo Gamun, we respect him and we love him. Moja!
Kongoi, Madam President. Mine will be very short. I'm going to get your wage Kongoi. I'll go just as an observant of what goes on. Me gitana meja som ajeget jigimiu. For an organization like this, it has to be you. You have to participate. In Gwanja ngebe Gwanja, kumibi chemitorid, chogigure spectators, asogumi players. I want to request you to be a player, Mamiji Yogo participant. The reason why I'm saying this, I would love to see in the future GOTABGAA Kigere sponsors. I know some of you are in trucking business. I know some of you have paishonik joy. What about you? In any case, tax write-off. You are the sponsor of this organization. Angena lo tinyo paishonik oai kunotok asokobit ketestai. Kakilei ngot ko manguno kwauyo ngot ko mainye ko ngo igeni ngo age ne mainye. Ko ing tukyo tugul chu kiyoe chu ko kikerat slate ongichut. Amu iskimi koroni. So samen nyu nekameche asom ameche alecho kichomong nebo man. Thank you for those who came from Kenya. Akwek chu kobunu takwek cheterchin. Ongereisen lagok ngoroni agenai kele kimi emoni ketebise. My boiboiyet nyu ane is to see some of my students cheu cheruyotine cheu kina cheroise. You know, these are my students. So I sit back agager boisionik choy kina Janet. Kijamong no man. So I want to see in the future more sponsors. Chak weget magare juga bagap serit juga mo murno ne gamiu. So magare le kongoi.
Kongoi Missing Kotom Kotabot Balo Sirono, he's our member of Oversight Committee, and among others, do we have any members of the OCC members? Dr. Anthony, I saw you somewhere. David Mugun, OCC, I think he's outside. Thank you so much for serving on that board. We appreciate you and we are grateful. Let me go back to my local chapters. We have total 12 local chapters. I'll start from here. Just say a word. We're running out of time, but we love you guys.
Thank you so much, Madam President. My name is Isaac Lagat, representing the great chapter of KCKC. Can I have the KCKC members raise up? I see so many of them. Thank you so much. If you are thinking about moving from your city, you are welcome to come to Kansas City, the city of champions, the Kansas City Chiefs. Karibuni sana. KC, we have a lot to offer. We have a very vibrant benevolence fund. We have a very membership of KCKC, and we are proud owners of a 20,000 square foot community center that's upcoming. Actually, the first of its own of a big structure like that to be owned by actually Kenyans. So welcome to KCKC and the home of the Vice President. Thank you so much.
Bas, Bwana asifiwe. Hallelujah. Ngone to mana meut, ngone magat, ngiunyu. Aleji karibu Houston. Daud Parak. Daud Parak. Kairo libi gaya ngityo. Can you shake? Igatua bijaya ing jao leji. Kita aja ning Houston. Igatua ji jao te tege igat. Bas, ngai naik chuge gurna ekalistas kiblagat Arab ko. Anai ko aming indetap. Yutayu. Houston ago in a chairman of a local chapter. Enga abunu legilen gobseret. Abunu legilen 2-year farm. O legi ni jego. Ago make. So amwa len kongoi missing mama joy kasarta no alen gitcho. Kongoi amu gobwa Houston. Kyogas kursen yana kikimwa ke lobwa Houston agobwa. Amajaro biga Houston. Konda utparak biga Houston. Robi jo. Anganale mogere jang nyomu mi alaga ulogo kwe baishuni ulion ko ajama amwa ngoi ago ting big chiki organizani engin eng former president kebene actimi tukule ago brayo big tukule amaja amwa le ko ngoi missing goburok chobo gunota. Thank you.
Ocham ke big apka ki gurenan Barnabas Arab Kuri ayabu the city of Dallas. Chapter 8 nyonge guren KC Dallas. So amaja wek jigongoi Madam President ag officials togol jigimi reyu amuna gero ala konsuldatum. Da konsuldan ama soldanye. So gongoi amungo obwan togol awe kinu gongoi big yuk togol jaba Dallas agero ala changa basagile eno lige but everything is big in Texas but it's especially bigger in Dallas. So amaje gitcho just 1 minute gitcho amun kagir ka cham amun chap tai dap Dallas ko kagir gondo en mem yagi tu yaga Houston ke changai tu missing nego ta gitcho amun in agera la magitinye ko agera la ka dominated man in amaja recognize our first gentleman in re wagene ngoro Mr. Ruta ba Dallas ngoro Mr. Ruta ke birchino uta mun ko ajine we china fast ngoro nye kamanda bi wa mo cha nyole magani ngolion ni so gongoi missing okay birchino ud Madam President amuni in indo iwe jinenda. Imagine one lady in so ne letting it jobik tugul jaba Dallas ongi inde ud paras go ger go legi mi ka gnyire yu so gongoi missing onge nole ne letting it jogo in onge nole Dallas ki boy amuni ki go nog Madam President ko igin ko ndo iwe tugul ko sukondoe Madam President ko kitam ko chair lady nenyon ki president nebo chapter itab KC Dallas ko let yon kidogo ko kimi chito nebo Abraham kirwa mheshimiwa ne ko ngololwech amut ko ki president akine nebo kotab gaa in Dallas ngomi yon kelewen koik president nebo chapter so en bichon ingen ko ndakilelen ketokyi kele ngo ne subu koiku president nebo yuninye ko ngo machichi konamchi. Anyway, that's just on a light note, but kongoi missing. Otagotin. Kamachi kitya recognize 1 minute. Official ngoro bana kuko some officials chebo Dallas in amun everything is big in Texas kuko lenchi kimiten reu siketach pich ka anyoru biik oeng chekale kimache keun kebwan Texas akoche my contacts so kamache abor kityo officials chachuk chemire yu kokakile kobwa kuko somok koro bwana Kwambai ninon chitab in olimbo konya nakilenen kongalal chichon kolenjin ichome kabisa so chi komewe ingalal ak Mr. Kwambai ak konin contacts miten bwana mi Victor yu bichuchu konyokore kabisa kotabon bii lakini kamwa kongoi so nesire tugul otokotin en Texas olimbo Dallas yobwan kemi ketoche chi tugul bwana Kimito ko kakechamcham ngolyon so kitochin en yun koron yokas biikab Dallas kele nyone in our senior singer kemoche kebwan ak kiborchi chomyet isoe ak tienik tugul MC Chafi chichi kobo Bomet ak toechukan tugul ketoche ak olimbo Texas kongoi missing.
Dallas chamge biikcho Kigureno David Kipchumba, Abunu, Alabama, Sweet Home, Alabama. Piga Alabama, Obiano, Alabama, Musimame, Sere, we are well represented. Bwana Robinson Kunino, the national chairman of benevolence. Ko Kibai, Amugipo, Kimigo Tapka, Lalangoi, Magmetochi exam. Ko Kitojo, Alabama. Mi big sere ago bye bye in big up Alabama. Tage boani, tage bioret, ke gimegitu, Congo missing.
Good evening. Toma Maya, if you're happy and you know, say amen. Congo, and I know to Simon Koske Kalum. Abunu Washington DC. Lagini enga Abunu Cabernet, Baringo, Village Nagaguran Mumol, Abog Apter, Tibik Chogaguran Taragok, Agaba Tugan, Kutubam Wenagabiti. Natai Amachamalachok, I chairman of Washington DC, capital of America. Kando ina tena nyona go magemuke kwa togo lakini kagekwa some few representatives. Amajaviga DC kungetia wabirche please. DC. Kongoi. Thank you very much. Our chairman, atinye vice presidents aeng, notagura Rebecca Sitiene, Octom Chesire. As Secretary General, kegure Nunes Ruto. So, kayakwan choto, agakwak chemungoro indagang nyamaja tambuan. Can you just stand up for a minute? Chemungoro indi jog ting. Obirjine ut. Thank you. Tukugoy. Netai ko amechawek chukongoy kando na teka GOTABGAA International. Sige mi gune ko kando na te. Sige pigo kwan kaget yun kugando inate. Ako yoger management tokol kumuren. Lakini ndo chinanga anjo makofi chifa chibioso. You are very powerful. Thank you so much, Madam President, for your leadership. Naboyeng kwa mecha tambuan the president niki ko itanga chere kiyaga getur last year. It is very important. Kunyel kwala kutaba na koroko sumban pitch. Lakini giger ke binay ki go no 100% support. Ako irane tebe nyo na ako support na GOTABGAA. Kongo nya ke binay. Na pa mwisho pick up calling belong, belong, belong. Ye mebo chapter iboy to kanisa konto pagap ko yo. Ichut. Please belong. Magmeje chigi gure kila siku SOS. Kako sirta no men kimi chapter ne mengenji kiba no mengenji kenyel ke kwanyo gelo ngubo tugan ngubo nande kenyel ke gurcha madara gelo onga no legi ba chichi no. Belong, belong, belong. Very rock job.
Good evening, all members, and also the chairman, Madam President. Asante sana kutualika. Yangu itakuwa machache. I'm gonna be very short. Matalo Sepsigis Angereza. So I'm just gonna be short. Yeah, my name's Rotich. I go by Arab Rotich. It's Julius for those who know me from before, but I don't use that much. So I'm from the California, and then I'm the chairman for California chapter. So I'm here to represent California and also Janet over here. Thank you very much for a very good event, successful one, and we are happy. So I didn't expect to speak, but guess what? I've been pitching for California to host the event next year. So I'm looking forward to seeing you guys. As I said earlier, I'm not going to say much, but I just want people to know my name's Arab Rotich. Some call me Spicy. So those are my names. And I'm also a hustler, so I don't miss in a kazi yangu ni kazi, nachukua pesa tu. So asanteni sana, karibuni California in 2024. Thank you.
From one Arab Rotich to the next Arab Rotich.
Gikurin Abraham Rotich. Ako in agleja nyo yule. Kingagerin wakimbiaji. Gikure Rotich. I was very proud that my name is also Rotich, but only for a short period of time. Ongen wakimbiaji jatiaji gure Rotich. Changne. Number one koroge magitup chak boy no. No relationship at all. Mamite teliata kidogo. Pag ibaguti kitiagen ketukul. Naboyingi kundali nongen Jumbeg ngokas last name kulen tupcho. Ko any mkimbiaja ketukul nega winen eitan go Des Moines anan go New York anan go no negure Rotich. Anyuru messages chechang ne. Go winen ne barngongi. It gets so tiring. It gets so tiring all the time. Now, ngamoi work anendati gigurna Abraham Rotich. Ago abunu legilagai boy. I am one of the proud students. Chigimu to Ambassador Rono. Igere in Kongai Agmama Chiri. Ngamoi work in Big Chibuno Nandi. Chinengen Jeep Sangur. Goma story Nuba Jeep Sangur. Story na da one. Kingo mi Arab Rono Genya go gitinye Datsun pickup namingen gole. Ogi jam go nde jwa kimbiaji the first time ginga wagap sabet training camp ne Arab Rono. Ip ko nde HP taman Datsun pickup. Agebe kigilengi bendi gusum. Kigilengi bendi tua. Anyigi tiep sangor ngun gole. Kolo juru ge to. Agoi ngetu yega. Akwa. Kilo banda. Ngibi mi nandils chito. Ilen ka aja. Tomo. Yane negit ka nusu. Ko in angenale matia time. Matinye fungu etabi Chevy nega kijenge. Lakini yatinye gadi shigayeng. Chi nega go beti in meal cards ayeng. Atinye. Ko in korain a representative is the state of Iowa. Biga Iowa, Otononse, please. Amaja recognize and Biga Iowa. Koin Konga Otavun. Kongamagi Takanga Gidogo, Agabaiowa, and I'll be very quick. Koin Iowa, Kogoge Bunololo. This our chapter go Kya, especially from our membership and all that. Koin Amaja Mojigongo, Eric Bene. Kingo go our relationship between GOTABGAA and Iowa, Kokebene put a lot of time. Konyo Iowa, Nyugongalalja our members, and Kogewege. He gave me the last year 56 members. registered. Now we are at 80. So chapters chaba Kansas City, Jogile, Minnesota, Nene, cho, Urike, Kibuane, Iowa is coming strong. Go in Alen Gongoi Kapsa, I go in Iowa, Otago, Tintugul, Gongoi.
Kimoine, Makakas, Anege Gurena Vincent, Maguta Rapsumbae, Gagetiogan, Vincent, Maguta Rapsumbae, Gamiga Olin Gesala, Kegurena Jeramit Munye, which is Sumadwe Kwan. Pass Abunuga Abserit. Aga Ogas Capserit, go Emetamne. Ogetigun, Capserit Emetamne. Magarik! Oi, Unata Aga Ogasuna, Vice President Guimadagunone. Mawagum Yagni, President Gimadaguno. Capserit could only village international ne. Capserit could only village in the community ne. Library, Kairase. Sakabunuan State of Kansas. How does Kansas City? The only chapter sign in that community center. The only chapter in that community center. The boy work. Sai Angela, Vice President of GOTABGAA. 2023 Nigini Koki Kakia event in it. Ne market ko sponsor ne. Koko Kilipan court. Mami Jepon and get the Punda Gupami to Akasam Yata. Like this was a free event, it was paid off for the building. So this is the first one of its own. Like I said. So you can see the blessings is already happening for this organization. So as we go forward, and I saw the numbers we have a trend. During election time, people come. Election, they go down. So the number sometimes goes up and down. Like we have to be consistent. So last year's because of it was election time, get out in on Christmas. When you begin at Kabisa, because that is ours. During election time, go Christmas. Buane to Timoging and not killing Goroni. Obit, I know. And you go back to this year side. The second thing that usually happens, which is a trend, and that is why this time we wanted to make sure that it never happens again. Because the chapters always get stressed a lot when trying to host this event. So by the time you command people from the chapter, they don't want anything to do with it. So this time, this event, it was fully sponsored by GI. The chapters, they just supported us. So our dreams moving forward is to have this event. We got sponsors that gave us sponsorship externally, and some of our members here stepped up and helped us. I am challenging you so that next year, because Houston is a new chapter, and we've had a very successful event. Apart from that, the event has been really successful. So next year, whichever chapter we go to, next year, agonu miatano, agonu lifumoja. There's so many families here. Biki maimu lago kwa kamu kwa kasule ngawe ibo alibani jeba korgete alibana mitwa ngoti la ngoti beruruni lao jesere yerle ngam ma muja leban. Let's put it, I'm trying to find the right word. Plant a seed in GOTABGAA, so that other people can be able to bring their loved one. So with that said, tomorrow, I am currently, my role is I am the chair of organizing this event, right? So Mutai, if you want to host this chapter, you host an AGM moving forward. You have the request, Kwakanya, and then from there, we'll go from there, try to determine who's going to host next year. Thank you very much.
Makofi for the board, please. So, if you want to host AGM next year, have your either chairman or the secretary general of your local chapter text it to Kania that you would love to host it. And then tomorrow, we meet at the Nyamachoma place and we vote where we want to go to. Thank you so much. I will request my board to go and sit. Thank you. Wapige makofi as they go. We are so grateful for this organization to be successful and to be where it is now. It has taken so many people who have led as presidents. It started with Balozi Rono. Thank you. Professor Rugut. Cleophas Koske. Is Cleophas in today? We have Sam Ngetich, who moved to Australia. Samuel Cheraisi. Please stand. We need to clap for you. That is Samuel Cheraisi. From Samuel Cheraisi, it went to Professor Cherono Rotich. I don't think she's here. That time, and then Regina Sang, I think she's home in Kenya. Abraham Kirwa, Honorable Kirwa was one of them. And then the first woman who held the office was none other than Faith Korir from Kansas City. As much as it took a while for us to realize women can lead, Faith Konegemas, reward for all of us. We thank Faith so much. And I know she's not here, but pass our thanks to her. And Professor Cherono in? I don't think she's in. And and then now we came to our own outgoing president, who is still here holding on and being behind the scenes. Please stand, Eric Ebene from Houston chapter. Mpige makofi jamani. We are so grateful to even see you guys still seated. This baton to the next generation. Do not take a back seat. We all have to be around them so we can get the next person on board and continue going. Without any other further ado, Kongoi missing Goberurag Cheptalel, Agonge to Ochamega, Amache Alentog, for this event to be successful. There are a few sponsors who have really continued to believe in GI. Wapi Makofia Imarisha Sacco from all the way from Kenya. The next one that sponsored us is Unity Homes. For the first time, we have Unity Homes. Wapige Makofi. Please, before you move, say a word with them. They are to your right, and Imarisha Sacco to your left. We have our returning Talcoms, all the way from UK. Dominic, you're right there. You stand and wave to the ground. Thank you so much. Thank you. You needing a calling card? Please don't use any other. We have our own sponsor. The other people who came for the first time, Kichomo GOTABGAA, is Optiven. Optiven representative is out there. You need to see them. Wapige makofi because they are watching and they believe in you. And then I have a friend of Mr. Kebene. His name is the guy who is from Houston, our sponsor. What's the name? Dan Mugubi. Obichinewa Nowood. From there we have our own Kipkemboy, Mpige Kipkemboy, our health insurance. I want to recognize anybody who sent anything to support when I send out that message of, hey, Owirweki to Kidogo. If you send anything to any one of us, please stand. We need to recognize you. Any amount. I see Robert, you still seated, you send money. I see Dr. Hani, you still seated, you send money. I see anybody who sent any amount. Wapi Manuel Sang from Iowa. Where is everybody? We need to stand so we can recognize. And then our own Mama Chiri akatununulia maji. Please, Mama Chiri, get up. I cannot name all of them. If you send anything, other come on 50, but please stand up. If you sponsor, he's right there. Please. Thank you so much. If I did not mention your name, it's not like you did not make a difference, but we really appreciate it, and we are so grateful. That $100, that $200 is what really allowed us to rent this place, because we started at a negative account and we didn't have money to set this, to pay for this spot. You made it possible. So next time, please, if you have anything you want to support with $100 to at 50 bob, it makes a huge difference. God bless you and be with you. I don't want to forget anybody else who sponsored me. I know I have a few friends of mine. I'll give them a few chances. Guys, you guys are blessed. Mumesikika, Alex Chamwada, when came in calling me, I did not call him. He called and said, you guys are causing an impact in Kenya. Mjipige makofi kwa sababu you're making an impact. He just did not go in. He spread the word and requested CEO of Maridadi to fly in and see what GOTABGAA is doing so they can be our next sponsors. Please, Eric, stand up. He just flew in to come and check on you so they can sponsor. Future is bright. The future belongs to each and every one of us. The future of GOTABGAA for our kids, they might never even pay a dime to even be in this conference. So I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. The photography is doing a great job. He volunteered himself. He's selling paintings and they are millennials. For free so you can have this event successful. Kongoi missing. Thank you for sponsoring. I know you sponsored. I forgot your company all this time. Diaspora. Afro Diaspora, they sponsored too. They didn't even need a table. So we really appreciate it and God bless you. I don't think I forgot anyone else. And Cass FM definitely for partnering with us and Champs. I know I'm still going to do this, but I'm just going to finish it so we don't have to come back again and stand. But I want you to clap for yourself because you are the main sponsor. You paid the $100. Kongoi missing. Ngoberu rock Jehovah Agotesa. In that mode, I was just going to welcome two people as I wait for Imarisha guys to do a presentation and then we finish with GKA. So on behalf of GOTABGAA, Madam President's guests, let me give them a chance. Where is Alex Chamwada? To come and say hello and feature you on Daring Abroad for the first time. Pige makofi. Alex and Eric, please. I'll start with Eric as I wait for Alex. Let him give you a preview of what he has in store for you. I told you guys when I started that we will venture into anything that is going to be successful for you and I. If you are in Crossroads, you want to go to Kenya, we bring people who's going to talk to you. You want to go to Kenya, you have enough information. You want to invest in America, we have our own. Elsa is real estate, Kipkemwa insurance, Kina DJ Brayo insurance agents. You want insurance with living benefits, talk to them. We will feature each and every one. So, Orabaki newa no ut kaale chiviri go wanim kaale. He can run, right? He doesn't understand Kalenjin, but I'm here selling him. So, you have 2 minutes to say hi to my people.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam President. When I was in campus, there was a Kalenjin girl who was interested in me. And now I am regretting why I didn't show interest. Because I would have understood what you're saying. Hamjambo. Every time I get an opportunity to speak to people in the diaspora, and I do get these opportunities oftenly because I work with people in the diaspora from home, the first thing I do is to thank them. And I like to thank you guys for the job that you do back home. I know that many of you support your siblings, you support your aging parents, you support your cousins, your nieces, and I know that many times from back home, we do not seem to understand or appreciate just how much you have to work hard to make those gifts come home. Please, on behalf of everybody that you support back home, I want to tell you thank you, and may God bless you. The second thing I do when I talk to people from the diaspora is to apologize to them. And I apologize to you guys because I started working with people from the diaspora around 2018. Started helping some people to invest in the business that I do that I'll tell you about. And story after story that I had from people in the diaspora trying to invest back home was a sad story. Oh, I lost this to my brother, I lost this to my cousin, I lost this to my nephew, and so many other sad stories. I say sorry, and I believe that we are a new generation of entrepreneurs that can be able to tell a different story. So my name is Eric. I am the founder, CEO, Maridadi Motors. I am a social entrepreneur. And like Madam President has said, the main reason why I am here is because as a business, about 30 to 40% of the business that we do come from the diaspora. We sell vehicles. You know that there are very many Kenyans right now who have been in this country and very many other countries for many years, and they are starting to come back home. So we help them to own vehicles as they come back home. We also help Kenyans in the diaspora to invest in the auto industry. Because I will not have much time to elaborate, I will make sure that I avail brochures tomorrow through Madam President that you can be able to go through and see exactly how we do it. You can also visit our website, www.maridadimotors.com, and you'll be able to see those details. So because of the business that we get from the diaspora, we are beginning to challenge ourselves as business people in Kenya. And we are asking ourselves, we get help from the diaspora, we get business from the diaspora. Exactly what do we give back to the people in the diaspora? And we are beginning to say that our CSR departments back home must begin to reinvest some of the money that we make as profits to people in the diaspora. And for us as a company, one of the areas that we'll be focusing to invest in are gatherings like this of Kenyans that bring Kenyans together to offer what we call psychosocial support. So I am very happy to tell you that I have admired what you people are doing, and I will be going back home to the country to tell my team that we have one group from the Kalenjins that we have to support. So wherever the next meeting is going to be, God keeping us alive, just be sure that Maridadi Motors will be with you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Orabakine Wanarik, please. He just came to say, I'm supporting you next year. Flew in as I'm waiting for Mr. Jamwada to step up. Just flew in for you guys. Kongoi, thank you so much, Eric. We look forward to more fruitful and more engagements together, and we hope that we will continue with this relationship. Kongoi?
Thank you. Kongoi. Chamge. Now I'm happy Eric made it, and to begin is Chams Media, led by Alex Chamada. We are media partners of GOTABGAA International. To pigie makofi. Yeah, so we began a journey to work together. I've been having conversations with Janet every now and then, and we had potential sponsors who would have come, but you know nowadays getting visas is not quite easy, and because of time. So you have lots of potential sponsors who are gonna come next year. Is that good? Yeah. Alex Chamada is not your typical journalist. I quit employment 10 years ago, and Chams Media, my company, ilitokana na jina langu. Chams is C-H-A-M-S. By then, some people say I'm a Kalenjin because of the name. So Chams Media is 10 years now, and we'll be celebrating 10 years this year. Join us, and this will happen in Kalenjin land. Join us for a big celebration at Lake Bogoria Resort, first weekend of December. So when you see me, you are seeing a CEO. I have a team of 20 employees in Nairobi. We are based in Kilimani. You see me traveling a lot, but I spend most of my time in Kenya. It's because daring abroad, I think, is powerful. It's what you see, but we have lots of productions. I have an office in Lodwar with a crew there, developing talent there, award-winning journalists. So that's what I did. I'm using my skills as a journalist to make money, to do business. So I'm not your typical journalist. So I'm developing talents. We have an office in Kisumu. We do documentaries, commercials, what a media agency can do. So while I'm here, we have crews, we do documentaries for World Bank. There are some documentaries that are probably in-house. Clients come to us because we are the documentary experts. You've seen my adverts the value of an advert done by Alex Chamada, it's an endorsement. So it's not just a voiceover. So we have clients who come to us. You may have seen me on Citizen, K24, KBC, and people get confused. You hear someone saying, Kwani Chamada alienda Citizen? No, I don't work for Citizen. I'm doing business with Citizen because through them, through our clients, we're able to give them money. So people come to us, they may pay for production, and we do media buying for you. So I may be on Citizen or KBC or NTV on your behalf as your reporter. So you are the client. We are paying that station money. Daring Abroad is our main production, so it airs on NTV every Saturday, 7:30 p.m., repeated Sunday, 1:30 p.m. It's one of the top most watched shows on NTV. It is our product. You can advertise in it, market in it. It's not an NTV production. Let me wind up by saying this mind for me is an inspiration, Janet, and to say, as Honorable Kira said yesterday, you can begin with an idea and run with it. Like a runner. So I'm a runner, I've run with that idea, and you are my partners as diaspora. I travel a lot, and thank you for those who have already contacted me. As I wind up, I think I should show you some beginning. If that clip is ready, let's see Alex Chamada of the year 2000. After the crash, investigators had not laid strewn all over the beach, like this film lying across here. Alex Chamada, Citizen at Côte d'Ivoire Beach. Na sasa, his spirit lives on. His ideas live on. Salale. Hii ni sehemu ya
Mbali tumetoka na mahali tumefika, ndio maana ninatambua kwamba wewe ni Ebeneza.
Mpigieni makofi. And I work very closely with government departments. As I said, Champs Media has an MOU with the State Department of Diaspora Affairs. Rosalyn Njogo aliwasalimia sana, the PS for Diaspora Affairs, and there are things we do with government. Remember, OGW, Order of the Grand Warrior, by Kibaki, and MBS by the retired president. And let me see my handshake there with the current president, and probably I may have some, is it ready, that photo of the handshake? Maybe, yeah, who knows? Maybe it's what, spear of something, MC? Finally, then the last clip, what we do, Janet, I'm winding up. That's the final one, is barely 30 seconds.
Chams Media, founded in January 2013, we are an independent content production company headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya. We produce life-changing features and documentaries, and our flagship show is Daring Abroad, a weekly TV program that features Kenyans living abroad and their socio-economic impact back home. We also offer documentary production, audio-visual services, advertising, public relations, media liaison, among other services. Chams Media, we are your visibility partner.
Great. So you can find us on our website. All my contacts are there at www.champsmedia.com. I'll be very unfair if I don't mention that guy, the man behind the camera. Clap for him. His name is Eric Maweu. He's one of my, I call them colleagues. Asanteni sana, Mungu abariki. Kongoi missing.
Thank you, Mr. Alex Chamada, for everything that you have done so far, spreading the word about GOTABGAA. Kogo mwashi biginye chegere ndogero takwege komara GOTABGAA in future iyale tikitit kityo ginyon. Kwa mwachini agobo Madam President Scholarship Award kogo chengombi. Hopefully that will be where we are going. As I get out, go to another president, continuing with our kids to deserve their scholarship. Maybe we can partner up with the future Gogonage. I will ga munyo ne KQs koname straight from Dallas to Kenya. Ko muche wara onyoru advantage pick up GOTABGAA ka mun partner and again KQ onyoru discounts. So hopefully that will be the lineup of what we are doing. Asoga bito komi naga gogona GOTABGAA go members. No birchine wana ut Alex Chamada. Kale gaigait kigurengi kema nanga chara usuganyoni. Kongo missing. So bito tabato si comfortable gone. Ko it took a company another organization, another people who has GOTABGAA at heart. Ochamwan asal icheget ngamun kenyit age tugul in and out kokikotelel with us. Kogonech rabinik chukotoretech mising kiweche kongoi obirchine eut Imarisha Sacco. Imarisha Sacco ariba la nugul Ernest konyotayu and chito presentation and anybody who Ernest are chosen to talk. Kosoga shine one gamuni chegat kogonech another 12,500 obirchine eut. They bought this and we are so grateful. We thank the Lord for you, for having you our way, and as GOTABGAA, we don't take it for granted that you are here. May God bless you, and karibu tena. DJ wapi wimbo ya Imarisha Sacco? Any song for Imarisha Sacco? Oh, it's going on, okay. Right, they're using microphone. You see the way they were labatachi in the chair, but Obirchine utkaboa na picture.
Ojamge tugul. Ojamge. Kongoi amazing. Anege kuna Matthew Arab Ruto, chairman of Imarisha Sacco. Andrew Garatia, director, Mr. Kiplangat Mutai, internet director Nebunu Belgut, one of our noin, you go staff Chijogati, Mr. Caleb Sige, our IT manager, and Mr. Ernest Langat, our deputy CEO. So being technocrats in the Sacco, I'm giving them a chance to give us what we do as Imarisha. Kongoi missing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Give him a clap. Thank you, everyone. Yesterday I introduced myself. I want to do it again. My name is Ernest Langat from Imarisha Sacco. Very fast, that is the team we came with. There is a team back at home who are also watching us, and they are saying, GOTABGAA Otoche. Wongoi, very fast. I think I will, on behalf of the team, there is only a very short message here I want to read before I do my small presentation. Chamke GOTABGAA, once again we are indeed delighted to join GOTABGAA International Houston chapter to witness your AGM and celebrate the milestone achievement in coming together and fostering unity as a community living and working abroad. We are really happy as Imarisha to be associated with GOTABGAA. As a partner, we have never been disappointed, and your core values have always made the association to shine. We are here also to thank our diaspora members and customers for choosing Imarisha Sacco as their investment partner back at home. Thank you for our membership. Only 468 million remaining with us, okay? Even after retaining into our reserve over 100 million. Now, if you look at those graphs, the graph there is membership growth. The yellow ones are you can look at since 2015, when we stepped in diaspora, the numbers were hardly 40,000 members. As we stand now and as I present to you, the numbers are beyond 180,000 members, okay? So you can measure the growth in terms of membership on this frontier. If you look at the white crab, owner of the organization. You invest, you buy share capital, and then you earn dividend. The fourth highlight I wanted to make was now what concerns most of our investment. We have a mortgage in Imarisha. Yesterday I highlighted that we bought equity. We have shareholding in KMRC. KMRC is Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company. And if you look at the finance bill that was debated, that went to the second reading, there was 5 billion that the government put in that company. And why they put there the money is they want the financial institution like Imarisha, when they are lending to their members, they subsidize. So it was a fee to subsidize the interest rate. Okay? So once the bill is that goes through, I think from 9.5% currently, the mortgage currently is 9.5, it might even further come down, okay? Now, we also have one for the commercial units. The first one, 9.5, is for the owner occupation units in Kenya. We've not had a chance to do it outside the borders of Kenya because of the law. But if you have something to do in Kenya, if you want to buy, we can purchase a unit in Nairobi for you. We can build a unit in Nairobi for you. We can build it back at home with that kind of percentage. You can also develop other commercial units. I've seen people buying next to the universities because of the hostels. The demand for housing in Kenya is huge. And once you get that, we can come have a discussion, then we can finance your unit. This is real. This is an hospital in Kericho. It's called South Rift Hospital. This hospital was entirely financed by Imarisha Sacco. This is the building, okay? This building is worth $3 million, okay? Is more than $3 million. You can do your mathematics, and courtesy of the mortgage we have. This mortgage also for the people who still have a long, mortgage are pegged to also years of service. There are young people here who still have active, 25 years of active life. We'll give you to that tune of 25 years. So this is one of our key projects that we have done, and other more. The other product that diaspora you can also discuss with us is about asset financing. It's big in, there's a speaker say, I think Barnabas, who say in Texas everything is big, okay? So we are in Texas and everything is big. You can have the big trucks. You can pull the big trucks on
agents, or if you are planning to have some local agents within the US. Thank you.
Thank you. So we came in 2014, 2022 we started agents, 2023 will be big also on agents. So that frontier is where we are going. Thank you. Thank you for that observation. Maybe Chairman, anything? President.
Thank you very much. I was here in case there is any policy decision which you might ask, then I would have handled. Thank you very much, Madam President, for honoring us.
Thank you for listening to me. Thank you so much.
A round of applause one more time. I was waiting for MC Jaffe to come in. But I know our people have been really seated for a while. So, MC, suwalau kidogo Joel Kimbeta kuja atuchukue to the next level. The next level, do not leave. We have Joy Chebet with Millennials coming in for a little bit of a talk. So sit tight. If you are out there and you want to participate in the talk, that bridging the gap. So as we wait, we can all stand and karibu.
Unajua Pastor Joel Kimeta, ongetonosa kidogo, najua tumeketi sana. To stretch sasa kidogo. Thank you very much. Aha. Asante sana Maridadi Motors. Thank you for the good job, my brother.
Amache asomin boisiek chambo kipkoimetiek ochomwo ak chepyosok abwan tai bichon kikotien twist abwai chichon kikotien twist. Hata sisi wote tutacheza, lakini nataka wao wakuje mbele. Chichon kikotien twist. Abwa. Amai kapo baraki. Ongo lango kwegi. Kobwa laktayu. Guru magiri bi. Obwa. Pas. Mi gigoto tingap le like tu tingiring gigas. Chicho gigoten twist me gari kitap twist. Aya. Koi metie ke giten twist. Kubata ka matik. Yes. Come on. Hey, tienda ni muego le waset ago ubor. Waset ago ubor. Yeah. Abwana kwe bulibul. Unayo le sigi kwa kucha. Hey, ago li nasa bwata ligia teger ngalejo. Hey, nego ayagun. Kuna wimbo nilikutumia kwa simu. Ako wapi huyo? Oga ayo kiwarawe rota. No. Amuna takutinye pes. Kalengo wako na kinwagiwa. Ile nilituma na waset ago ubor. Kenyo ruo. Waset ago ubor. Na nimetuma na tarire, okay. Ella kagone itabu chichin we le ne ba entiendo. Ara ko chop na ne to gitu gutu. Ara negi girote negi nigi chongi chegi ginye. Wewe nilipatiana wimbo. Nilipatiana wimbo we. Nataka tufanye hii kidogo. Kidogo tu. Gumi ingen bichun tinye ngale choto. Oseta gobor. Eye lale ratienda yo guro ni raro. Hebu jaribu kidogo. Hapo ngoja. Hawa. Tunafanya rehearsal tu kidogo. Hawa walikuwa wanacheza. Wapi wengine? Nalimije mimi kwenu.
Wazee ukumbuka.
Nini litumana hiyo nini? Kenyoru. Inakuja? Nilitumana jana Oset ago ubor. Hapana, iko kwa YouTube, sitaki ile kwa YouTube. Nilitumana huko.
Torge kwa twist rane, Pastor Joel Kimeto. Lazima tugonge twist kile.
Hapo. Haya, weka sasa. Leta wimbo sasa. Leta wimbo bwana.
Ogaske mwa tu kegi bage kegi kese teluge.
Yeba.
Ogaske mwa tu kegi bage kegi kese teluge. Kimite subere negi girate negi migi chongi kegi ginye. Kimite subere negi girate negi migi chongi kegi ginye. Inge itaine kemugutu tigi nagi deguti. Bage jibe mukututiki nakinde kuti aketibe ikimuitechi ngot kebar tuga yekakeika kosim bororiet ikimuitechi ngot kebar tuga yekakeika kosim bororiet Ingobokuni kokikiwetege amu masiru nyate tomboge Ingobokuni kokikiwetege amu masiru nyate tomboge Kyo mi diaspora uyenole omite luge
kabisa kaso
Arala kyo mi diaspora uyenole omite luge
Sue
Arala kyo mi te uitu uyenole omite luge Chomite uitu logu yenole omite luge
Come on
Otare tige omiyemne logu yenole omite luge Otare tige omiyemne logu yenole omite luge Namule sauti kyo sigibelura yeomiemelo
Wapi shangwe na vigelegele kidogo? Sikia message. Piga makofi kama umesimama hapo. Kama urekod. Kama umesimama hata twende twist hapo kwenye huko. Kwenye huko enda twist. Twende. Yeba. Wazee ukumbuka. Hey.
Yosiete lagokyok kotartet kogar konoweksei kotartet kotailel kiberuro kangele lagokyok bor kele bor kibor akeche kele kibor kingele
wow what a legendary What a legend, Pastor Joel Kimeto. Beautiful.
Abua tuangale chombe tusekap Jeremia. Gekikakimutiko ba emetab Babylon.
Wapi kelele? Wapi makofi mazuri tafadhali? Hey! Asante sana Pastor Joel Kimeto. Asante sana Brayo the DJ. Kipchumba mwenyewe. Thank you very much. If your hands are not busy, once again, a round of applause to our legend, Pastor Joel Kimeto. Thank you very much. So I want us to be seated because the next program that we're going to have ni watoto wetu ambao chota cha GOTABGAA Millennials. And just before that, there's a video, an institutional video that is going to be played. Tuwapatie nafasi wacheze hiyo video. Courtesy of Joy Chebet. We're going to have a video played before I officially introduce them. Asante sana. We are ready when you're ready. All right? Asante sana. Thank you very much. Let's watch the video before I introduce them to come on stage and make their presentation. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Nimeomba kuna timu imefika kutoka Iowa. Asante sana timu nzima kutoka Iowa. Thank you very much. For those who are still streaming in, tunasema asante sana. Thank you very much. Okay, we are ready. Are you set? Thank you. Let's watch.
We all have purpose, even if we're still striving to understand what that is. When I decided as a teenager that acting would be my path, whether I recognized it or not, I was walking towards my purpose. As a young actress trying to make my way, survival figured into the equation, but not so much that I was ever willing to compromise my integrity. Is that there will be times when you seemingly face insurmountable obstacles, but that's when you dig deep into your soul for the courage and the fortitude to keep going and to never forget that despite life's detours, you are destined for greatness. So when you're told you're not good enough, you tell them, not only am I good enough, I'm more than enough. When they say, send her back home, you tell them, I am home. When they tell you that you're angry or nasty, you tell them that they're mistaken. This is me. This is me being resolute and standing firmly in my truth. And when they say you're not beautiful, you tell them that you are the descendant of royalty. I will encourage you to take this experience with you as you go about your respective journeys. If the first woman God ever made was strong enough to turn this world upside down, these women together ought to be able to turn it right again. So sisters, we have much work to do. And together we are unstoppable. Always remember that our voices, the very power that we hold individually and all of us collectively, it does matter. Now is not the time to be silent. Find your purpose, pursue it relentlessly, passionately, and loudly. Be persistent and win.
Be consistent. Ooh. Be consistent. I'm consistent. Munipige makofi. Karibu nianguke nikasimama. Because I'm consistent. They say be consistent and win. This beautiful girl I'm about to introduce, ladies and gentlemen, before her parents gave birth to her, they were so excited. They were joyful. That's why they called her Joy. And because of the culture and keeping our identity, they decided to call her Chebet because she was born during the day. Tupigie makofi anapokuja tafadhali. So a round of applause to Joy Chebet as she comes over to take the stage and make a presentation on GKA Millennials. A round of applause one more time as she comes.
Looks like a girl, but she's a flame. So bright she can burn your eyes. Better look the other way. You can try, but you'll never forget her name. She's on top of the world, hottest of the hottest girls. Say, oh, we got a we're burning it down. Got our head in the clouds, and we're not coming down.
Say this girl is what?
This girl is on fire.
Uh-huh. makofi tafadhali.
She's lighting up the night.
All right, let's go.
Nobody knows that she's a lonely girl, and it's a lonely world. But she gon' let it
With amazing team. Hey, hey, mami karibu sana. This girl is one.
If you hear God,
Sante sana.
disappear.
Mother President, Sante sana.
Fear when they interfere, God. Do you fear God? Cause I fear God. And in my backyard, that's a deer God. And that's a horse ranch. And to my core fans, keep repping me. Do it to the death of me. X in the box, cause ain't nobody checking me.
This girl is on fire.
Thank you. I think because I'm not a girl, and
Thank you,
I'm
guys.
gonna go off the stage. Thank you very much.
Yeah, he's not the girl on fire. Thank you guys so much. Look at my beautiful panel. Yes. I'm super excited to introduce you guys to some beautiful ladies. I'm gonna have them say their names and introduce themselves.
My name is Honey Top, and here I'm from Dallas. Back in home, I'm from Charanget. That's home, and I'm married to Chepsir. There we go.
My name is Ruth Cheruyot, the oldest person on stage. So, got to be lots of wisdom with it.
Amen. We need the wisdom. I'll go to my mother first.
Okay, good evening, everybody. My name's Joyce Robb. I'm Joyce's mom, and I come from Dallas, originally from Charonget, and I thank God I'm here.
Morning. Hi, my name is Lornex Chepkori Rono. I'm from Abilene, Texas, Dallas, Texas. Home ni Londiani and Baringo, and this is my beautiful mother.
My name's Nancy Rono. I'm Lonex. Mother is my last born. I live in Dallas, Texas, and originally from Nakuru. Thank you.
My name is Terry. I am the firstborn granddaughter of the most beautiful lady at the very end.
And you guys know who this beautiful lady is. Round of applause for all that she is doing. I'll give her just 2 seconds.
I'm Mama Michelle, Marika, and Manuel.
Okay, let's have our seats. Beautiful, beautiful. I know you guys are just kind of wondering, what is this? Who is this crazy girl? What is she doing up here? What is she going to talk about? I'm here to talk about the wonderful woman of the land. And I'm super excited to get into these topics. We have these 8 panels. You guys can kind of see the pattern. It's mother and daughter. And I wanted to kind of emphasize, not to say that it's bad, but sometimes in the culture, it's a little male dominant, right? It's a little overpowered. But we wanted to kind of give our ladies the time to shine, the time to talk, the time to kind of get into discussions and topics. So I'm going to play a video. It's called Imagine a Woman. Ms. Morgan will play it, and then I'll kind of discuss more, and we'll get into our questions.
Imagine a woman who believes it is right and good she is a woman who honors her experience and tells her stories, who refuses to carry the sins of others within her body and her life. Imagine a woman who trusts and respects herself, a woman who listens to her needs and desires, who meets them with tenderness and grace. Imagine a woman who acknowledges the past influence on the present, a woman who has walked through her past, who has healed into the present. Imagine a woman who authors her own life, a woman who exerts, initiates, and moves on her own behalf, who refuses to surrender except to her truest self and wisest voice. Imagine a woman who names her own gods, a woman who imagines the divine in her image and likeness, who designs a personal spirituality to inform her daily life. Imagine a woman in love with her own body, a woman who believes her body is just enough, just as it is, who celebrates its rhythms and cycles as an exquisite resource. Imagine a woman who honors the body of the goddess in her changing body, a woman who celebrates the accumulation of her years and her wisdom, who refuses to use her life energy disguising the changes in her body and life. Imagine a woman who values the women in her life, a woman who sits in circles of women, who is reminded of the truth about herself when she forgets. Imagine yourself as this woman.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Morgan. So I watched that, and it kind of inspired me. I watched this, I don't know if you guys know Michelle Obama. She made a book, and it's called The Light That We Carry. And it was she was talking about how she was sitting around her kitchen table, talking to her mom, her friends, women that would encourage her. And I had the idea of like, what if we kind of brought you in to our kitchen table? What if we kind of brought you into the discussions that I know that everybody has? And when I watched that video, the Imagine a Woman, if we could be women who understood our purpose, understood our worth, we would be people who would change communities, change our household, and eventually change nations. And it's something that is so prominent in today's culture that we need to talk about. So I'm excited for you guys to meet our panelists and have the questions. First up is Lornex. We've had this discussion kind of multiple times, but what do you deem as success? What is success to you? Is there other mics? This is really
Okay, I think when you talk about success, success is such a broad yet very specific in its meaning. I would say that success to us is very different. So there's success that I, as a woman, as a young woman, what society expects from me. That's one version of success. But I'm nervous, guys. That's why I'm shaking. I'm nervous, but we got this.
You're doing great.
So I think that sometimes society puts pressure on what success looks like for young women. So for me, it would be, oh, you have to be educated, you have to maybe start a family, have kids, have a business. So I think that depending on the different stages that we are in life, society has found its way to define what success is. But personally, I would say that my own definition of success would be being the best version of myself in every aspect of my life. So if, for example, with friends, with family, in relationships, I do try to maximize my potential. I try to give the best of myself to other people and to the work that I do. So for me, success within that is making sure that I am there. I'm showing up for whatever reason. I'm showing up for my friends. I'm showing up for my family. I'm showing up for my girls, my mentees. And then I also think that another version of success is just, it's up to you to decide for yourself what success is. Like for me, another factor in my life is career, right? Career-wise, I ask myself, am I maximizing the resources? Am I maximizing my skills, my talents to make sure that, I'm doing the best? So for me, career-wise, that would be my success. It would be me really capitalizing on the resources, maximizing the resources. And then there's also, we can talk about maybe like financial success. That's different for everyone. Society puts the pressure on making money and doing all that, but I personally believe that I define my own financial success. Someone can plan, oh, I want to save $50,000 this year. Another person can only save $5,000. So that 50,000, if they're able to save it, that's their success. And so how do I find my success? How do I know that this is my goal? So I think, in conclusion, I think that we often have the pressure from society to do this, to be this and this and this, but it's just important for us to always remind ourselves that we are living our own lives. We are not living lives for other people. I constantly find myself getting into the pressure, but I have to come back and tell myself, you know what, it's your life, you're living your life, you define your own goals, and you define your own success. So for me, success is always maximizing everything in my life and maximizing myself to be the best I can and to just live my life to my best potential. And again, I give myself grace. I don't expect to be perfect in every aspect of my life, but I do my best, and when I drop the ball, I pick it up and keep going. So I would say that's what success is for me.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, round of applause. Would you say in our culture it's kind of hard to obtain those, how did you get those morals and those values that you have? Was it instilled from your mother? Was it instilled from you just kind of fighting for that success? How do you have that mindset?
I think it's from everywhere. Like, I think that in life you pick up different experiences, you learn from different people. My mom is amazing, my mom is my mentor, my mom is my friend, so I've learned a lot about that. I have never received pressure from my parents also to do this career, to accomplish this. They've allowed me to find myself. And I think that when I was able to find myself and know myself better, I was able to know what's good for me and what's not good for me, and then define my own goals, define my own success. So I think, like, in life I've met amazing friends, I have amazing family members, I have amazing mentors, I have, amazing people who have shaped how I view things and how I view success. But I also think that the inner work that I did for myself also played a role in how I view success.
Thank you, Lauren X. I love it. She said a lot of good points. I think even comes back to the video where we talked about Imagine a Woman. When you're fed into a good community, fed with good people, you have the stance to know what you want. You have the stance to say, this is how I want the show to run. So I love it. Let's give a clap. Love it. All right, Miss Madam President. I got some questions for you. Don't worry, don't look scared. So my question to you, as a woman in leadership, we just talked about career, success, having a good ground. I see you as someone, as a mentor, as a role model. Even a little background story why I'm here is because Madam President was at my graduation. She pulled me aside and she was like, Chipette, I see something great in you. There's something that I want you to take charge and step up. And at the time I was like, no. I didn't know how to really talk. I wasn't really I'm a talker, but presenting is a whole other thing. But she really encouraged me, and I thank you for that. So my question to you is, how do you kind of balance all these hats? You're a mother, you're a wife, you're a devoted Christian, you're a devoted lady, you're a devoted sister, you're Madam President. Your journey to this is phenomenal. So how do you balance that?
Thank you, Chebet, for that question. And I believe that whatever you put in your heart, you will create time for everything. When it's time to turn off the leadership role, you turn it off and turn on the motherly role. So for me, it has been an encouragement that I was raised up by a wonderful woman. That was my mother. She may rest in peace, but she allowed me to grow and know the right times where I can turn off what button at what time. When the church calls, I have to turn on my button to go to the church. When my community calls, it is the time to turn it on and go and do what is required. Sometimes it interchanges, and sometimes I get into the crossroads. But I have realized that I've learned my body, of which I encourage each and every one of us who has so many roles, to learn which one will tell you so you don't get burned out. If you know that you are tired, you cannot do it, and you feel it, it is okay to say no. It's okay to slip in and tell your husband, hey, today I'm not able to do it. It's okay to explain to your children that today I'm not a mom. Today I want to be a baby. I just want breakfast in bed. And that is how you will make everybody be part of your success.
I think it's really great. I think it's important to know when to say, yes, I'm human. I know I'm Superwoman and I'm doing all these things, but having the grace to understand that, you know, today I need a break. I love it. What are the challenges that you face now in your leadership? And let's be, I mean, you don't got to be too real, but you can be a little bit honest. As a woman, are there challenges in leadership as the president?
Yes, there are some challenges. Apart from just having a community that we have other sub-tribes in it, bringing ourselves together has been a challenge. But at the same time, we have our people who don't want to belong anywhere. And that is my challenge, because at the end of the day, some phone calls come in at night because I can relate with all groups. And a mother called me the other day and said, hey, Janet, Madam President, my daughter was driving to a party and she seemed like she's intoxicated. I have tried to call her and I have tried to talk to her and she is not listening to me. Is there any way you can call? I applaud all those who have called and those who have helped. I am so grateful that you heed to what I said. Such circumstances, when it pauses, you have to introduce yourself to the child and say, hey, I'm so-and-so. I'm not trying wrong, but is it possible for you to leave the car? Let me buy you an Uber to go home. I'll give you the location, and then later on, you can come and pick up your car. Those are the challenges that I'm facing, is that people don't belong. And when you go to really explain yourself who you are, the first thing you get from our young generation is, and who do you think you are? And did my mom send you? Did my dad send you? I am coming to you as a leader. I'm not coming to you as somebody who is trying to be against you. Another thing that really has helped me to understand each and every age set and age group is this bridging the gap. I have learned a lot. And Dr. Bore, thank you so much for all the lessons. Pastor Chemagat, thank you for the lessons. At least I am applying it now, and it makes sense to me. There are some phone calls that you get, you look around and you'll be like, and it's me.
If the parent could do, we had culture shock was me with my husband, because like we were new to everything, you know. But the children were melted in the system very fast, and it was because of how we brought them up. So they didn't have any much problems. But of course, a shock of behavior. They couldn't believe in the behavior of the students. They come across them, so their colleagues, they were like, wow, why did they do this?
How would you explain that? Was the behavior like Americans were talking bad? How was it?
Yeah, like for her, Lonex, in school she was like distressed because the students. Hello? Okay. She was telling me the students in our class would respond to their teacher like on the face. They had no respect of anybody, and they would stand and walk away from class. And it was a challenge for us. I was saying, why do they have to do that? So with time they realized that it depends, you know, the way they are brought up. Because then they cannot just ignore a teacher like that and just walk away. You know, so that's part of it. And so I believe the other two girls had already finished for 4 in Kenya. So when we arrived here, we didn't know even what next. But they took off because they were already brought up, they were dependent already. So they took off, you know, applying for scholarship, asking for ABCD, and they started working and paying for their school fees. So like, I didn't have much pressure and stress from them.
I love that, because that's not an average household. By 16, 17, me and my mother were having some words. I was the talk back. I only put that on morning because I was the one going crazy. So I love that. You told me earlier, whenever you were bringing them up, what was the morals and the values that you instilled with them? What was their morals and values that you instilled within them?
Discipline and respect. We taught them to be respectful, to the elderly, and of course their teachers or whoever around you. Learn to be respectful and learn to appreciate each and every person. And I think part of that is doing the work. And again, maybe where we used to live in Nakuru, we lived in Nakuru, the schools there were not very good at the time. So we had trained them when they were still very young and dropped them in boarding school when they were in class 4. So by the time they were going to class 4, I started teaching them to wash their clothes, pack their, arrange their things exactly when they were 6 years old. So by the time we dropped them in boarding school, they learned to do their own stuff. And by the time they came there, they were very much independent and they can do their own stuff by themselves.
We know teenagers do not like that. We love that. Thank you, Mama Lornex. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're going to play a video, our TD Jakes video. I just want you guys to watch this and we're going to talk about it right after.
If Adam had not allowed Eve to pour into him, sin would have never come into the world. Sin came into the world because Adam broke the order. We were not designed to receive from women. Your self-esteem is compromised when you have to ask your wife for lunch money. I'm not saying you gotta be rich, I'm not saying you gotta be famous, I'm saying that you have got to be the one who pours in, not the one who takes out. When Adam started eating out of his wife's hand, sin came in because the divine order was broken. This breaks all sociological orders of the culture we're living in now. Because we're raising up women to be men. And you are not applauded for your femininity. You are applauded in the contemporary society by how tough, rough, our families. I know you can buy your own car. I know you can buy your own house. But until you create a need that I can pour into, I have no place in your life. So stop coming home bragging to me about how much you don't need me and wonder why I shy away. Oh, y'all ain't gonna talk back to me this morning. The conversation has become, let's prove to the men how dispensable they are. And it is born out of pain because we hurt you and betrayed you and lied to you and cheated to you. And you became like you became out of pain. Oh, Lord, I told you they wasn't gonna like this, Jesus.
Yee, that needs like a little second, a pause. I need y'all to kind of digest that. Okay, so we're gonna switch it up a little bit. Lornex is gonna ask some questions.
Okay, so that was a lot to unpack. I'm sure everyone has different opinions. Some agree, some disagree, which is completely fine. This platform is open, it's safe. And just for you, Terry, I have a question. What did you think about the video? Did you agree with what he was saying? Did you disagree? Or just what general thoughts do you have?
So watching the video, I do think that he said some things that are correct and some things that are very incorrect. I do believe, because the Bible says sin entered the world through Adam. It was never Eve. She did not bring sin into the world. Eve was the one who was deceived. Adam brought the sin into the world. And because of that, there is a shift in our roles as men and women. It is not that order that was there in the beginning because of that sin that entered the world. So I do understand what he is saying about the man who was the one that created a disconnect between men and women. It is upon the man. The man was not the leader. He was not there as the head. Had he been the head, we would not have been that. Although the serpent tempted Eve, it was Adam to say, hey, we've been told we cannot do that and intervene in that situation. But because he stayed passive, we entered in sin. I do disagree, though, what he says about women, you know? We are not rough, nasty, tough things, and it's a shame because the way he is looking at it is as if it's our fault. We made a choice to be this way, as if we did something and we are like this now. And depending on which culture you grew up in the area that you grew up in, you will have different perspectives. I can only speak from my generation and in this American culture that I've been brought up in. I can say that there is a push for women to be independent. And there's nothing wrong with being an independent woman. Absolutely not. If God has called you to be in a solo role, if he said, you know what, for you, I have this mission, you're going to be like Paul without a partner, then that is the mission on your life. So you can be an independent woman. You do not always need a man to come in and intervene. If the job on your life is to be a woman on her own, then that is the job on your life. Now, I don't believe in what he's saying about us being rough, tough, nasty because we need the man and we need to make room for the man to come into our life, because that is not always the case. That is not always the case. We have situations where we can't provide for ourselves. We do need to provide for ourselves. Then it brings the question, what does he say? What does he think about single mothers? Is she trying to be a rough, tough, nasty, independent go-getter? No, she is a mother raising up her family. What about the one who is just figuring out things in life and her partner has not come in her life yet, and she's maybe 40s, 50s, you don't know what the person's life is. They're not making a choice to be rough enough, nasty, independent woman. You don't always need somebody to interject.
Thank you for that response. And I think you mentioned something interesting regarding being raised in America and having different expectations for women, you know, in America. So I think my question for you, just growing up, being in a Kenyan household, in American culture, what is your perspective on a modern woman today? And also, what type of strengths or weaknesses do you see portrayed in them today?
For my own household, I see the modern woman today is going back to what T.D. Jakes says, is somebody who can really have a foot in the house, really take care of things in the house. My mom was always, I will say she's the most kind person I will ever meet. She always supported me. She always was there for me, you know? So a woman is somebody who can be who you need her to be in that moment in your life. There's been times my mom was my mother. She's my mother. She's going to mother me all day. And there's been times where I'm like, today, Mom, I need a friend. Like, I don't need my best friends. I need somebody who cares for me. She sees me, somebody who knows me. I need a friend today. I need somebody to lean on today. I just need you to be there for me. No judgment. Don't get mad at me. I need you to be there for me. And I think that modern day woman, in my eyes, should be somebody who is going to be versatile. Like how you said, you know, you can turn off which button you need at a time. And somebody who can be what they need to be at the time that is called. There's no square that you need to fit in to be a certain kind of woman. You are called to be who you need to be in that moment. And I think a strength is understanding that, and a weakness is definitely thinking that you have to be closed in a box, because then you will close yourself to situations where you need to be a versatile woman, where you need to be a friend, where you need to be a mother, where you need to be a teacher and a leader. You will close yourself in those situations if you do not understand that you need to be versatile.
Thank you. Now we'll go ahead and shift the gears a little bit with Joy. Hi, Joy.
Hey, girl, hey.
Okay, so we are young, you know, what, 20s, late 20s, and of course a big topic within this age group and this time, and just talking about womanhood and talking about dating today. I have a question for you. In your own perspective, what's your experience, or what is dating today? What does it look like?
Well, we talked about this, me and Lornex, and we had a conversation earlier today, and we kind of said that dating is a little bit ghetto. It's a little bit rough. It's a little bit tough. And I think we only mentioned it like that because we were not equipped as much in this season as a transition from the young adult lady to getting into marriage. I think there's a lot of things that, as a culture, we're traditionally kind of like, you finished school, you've done this, where's your man? I don't know where my man is, he's somewhere. But that transition needs to come a little bit smoother. There's things that you tell a teenager, there's things that you even tell a young person that is coming up that they should be looking out for. I think what's really interesting too with the TD Jakes, first of all, Terry, I love the way that Terry talks. She talks very freely, so that was beautiful. But I feel that TD Jakes was talking about the women who have lost the perspective of what a man holds or what his role is in a family. And I think that now I had to kind of question myself, like, oh my gosh, am I that woman? Like, am I the person kind of being like too independent, too strong? Am I not making room for the man to come in? We also had a conversation earlier, and we're talking about sometimes men are a little bit, especially our culture, men are a little bit shy. They're a little bit like, not that you can't say anything, but maybe you see someone, she's talking loud, she's, you know, having jokes and everything, and you're like, I don't know what to say to her. And I'm like, I know that I was putting those blockers. I didn't know that I was kind of putting that I don't need a man type of, you know, persona. So I said it was ghetto, but now I'm kind of retreating back and being like, okay, there's some things I need to change. There's some things I need to kind of check. There's some things I need to be more feminine and more allowing for the man to come. Now, men, don't take too long. Don't take too long, but I need to make space for him to be what he is, the leader, the authority, the head, and understanding that in my transition as I'm getting into now my older years, I think it's a beautiful thing. So I don't know if I've answered the question.
Yes,
I'm kind of
yes, and I like how
perfect.
you talked about the transition from being a teenager to going to be like out there in the dating scene, because with our
Yeah.
culture, we know that we are told, no boys, no boys, no boys.
Yeah.
And then after you graduate, they're like, okay, arusi milini.
Yeah.
So like, where is that transition of, you know, being allowed to date? So I really agree with that. I've seen that within our culture, and I think that's something I see differently in other cultures, whereby they're more open to people getting to know each other, more open to them, you know, just getting to know people. So that's something that I 100% agree with. And you also mentioned that, yeah, you know, being a woman, there's a lot of things, like being an independent woman, a young woman, there's so many aspects, so many factors that play a role in your life, especially when maybe you're single and just navigating your career, navigating who you are as a person, navigating other friendships and other relationships. I think my next question for you would be, with all those factors, with everything going on, what are some of the main struggles that you have faced personally, and how have you kind of navigated in that aspect?
That's really good. I think, you know, going back of like, I think I say the men have problem understanding, but also I had problem understanding. I didn't know that I was kind of putting on the strong, I don't need you type of thing. When I was aware of it, I think I just kind of started listening to sermons, developing my spiritual life as well. And God was like, it's never about the other person, it's always about you. So how do I become a better woman? How do I walk that walk? How do I become more open to the space of like, I'm ready for this transition, I'm ready for this thing. So I'll just say the struggles were just kind of having my spiritual eyes open. And then walking in that, being honest with myself, right? Like, okay, the people that I'm choosing, are they actually good? Or the people that are choosing me, I need to have a discernment too within who is coming, who I'm allowing. I'm also a person, I talk a lot and sometimes I overshare. And we were just talking about earlier, sometimes you gotta say like, I give you this information, you give me this information, and it has to be like an equal balance. So those are the type of struggles that I'm just kind of looking at myself now, like, let me take a step back and kind of see where I'm at, be honest, and then transition now, like allow myself to learn as well. Because nobody's perfect, you know? I know there's a lot of love stories and it all looks like it's beautiful, but there's a transition to it. So just being patient as well.
Okay, I like that. And I like that you mentioned about being aware of yourself. I think just that self-awareness journey, it takes a lot of work, and you have to be, you know, you have to work on yourself so that you can show up for other people, so that you can be a better friend, a better sister, a better partner to whoever you're with. So I definitely agree with that. And as we continue, I'll hand it back to you.
Perfect. Thank you. That was a cute little transition switch. Okay, Auntie Honey, I didn't forget about you. We're going to talk about, we talked about modern dating, modern how we are, but you're in a really unique season. You have teenagers, and I don't know, I know how I was, and your children are great, but I know it comes with some struggles. So I would say, how would you look at it? Like currently being a mother to Kalenjin American teenagers, what does life look like for you?
I think it's dynamic, the word I'll pick. It's dynamic. So it's got seasons. So there'll be seasons where you'll feel like there's a little bit of rebellion, and then there'll be seasons where, you know, I'll meet them where they are, meaning you want to be able to feel, it's hard to explain it, but it's a time where there's a lot of development happening in a short amount of time, is really what it is. Yeah. So if I stand and if I choose to just be, you know, strict, which I think I am. My daughter says I am every day. She's 13. If I feel like if I don't move, if I stay in one place and the child is moving everywhere, then it's hard for me to meet her where she is. Yeah. So I have learned, it's a learning experience for me. There's no practice run to having teenagers. There's no time when someone, you know, the training I had was me being a teenager and my mom raising me. And it was, back home it's different. In Kenya, being raised in Kenya as a teenager and me being a mom of a teenager here in the US, I think it's different. But you have to meet them where they are. It's hard to just, I stand fast in one thing I say, they know the rules, but they will try and go around them all the time, all the time. And you have to keep reminding them gently, I love you, these are the rules. They will not be broken. And we have to keep going back and forth.
I love that.
So I love it. It's a season I have to live in the moment, is what I realize. I have to be in the moment on a daily basis.
And I've seen you as a mother to them. It's been a beautiful thing to watch, but you've also, how you're saying, you're open to understanding. Because as much as teenagers, it's not an easy thing, especially in today's time. Yeah. With the two different cultures, how would you say, what was your hardest thing too? With the American and Kalenjin and back home, are you putting like both standards?
I definitely am, because I think the only standard I have is the Kenyan standard. I have one standard and I'm trying to adapt to the standards here. And, you know, I'll have certain rules which, like I said, they call me a very strict mom. But you know, they'll say my friends do this, my friends do that, and I keep saying, I am not your friend, I'm your mom. And this is how we do things. But sometimes I'll have to kind of sit back and listen and kind of see what's happening out there in the world. Where are my children? How much can I don't move to the middle, but how much, once in a while I have to kind of meet them where they are. And it's not easy. It's actually not easy. So I think anyone who has raised teenagers know this. So
I love that.
Yeah.
What's the biggest impact you want to leave with your children? What's something that they're like, if they had to hear that voice of mom in their head, what would it be?
Good question. I want to say I love the Lord, and I want them to lead a life where God comes first. There's really no other way. I think that could be of greater impact to them than having God in their lives. So all these things in earth, they come and go. All these things in earth shall pass away. So if they don't have Jesus in their hearts, then I've failed as a mother, is how I feel. So that's the most important impact I'd want to leave for them. And I just have to throw in a second one. I want them to feel their Kalenjin heritage, their Kenyan heritage, being, you know, I want them to know there's a place, they're not just being tied here. I want them to feel connected at home. I really do. It means a lot.
And you're doing a great job. All of you guys are doing a great job. I love that. Okay, mother. You guys get to hear my mother talk. Okay, mom. So what is something that you would have advice for ladies of today like myself who are transitioning? I was talking about it's just kind of hard to transition from a young adult straight to marriage. So what is something that you would advise the ladies in this next transition?
First of all, thank you for that question. It's a very important question, and it's a stage in life that not just us as women, also the men, when they are in another level in life, that they're transitioning from the teenagehood to adulthood. So as Dr. Hani already talked about the teenage life, it's not easy to raise teenagers, especially in this country. It takes a lot. So to train them to the next level in life, so it takes God. So I would say the most important thing is us as parents, when we have now grown kids like Joy, Terry here, and Lennox, so we have a lot of work to do to guide them to make the right choices in life. As we have gone through many steps in life that they can learn from us, and I hope just the good part of it, that they can benefit in their life in future. So what it takes is, first of all, is as young adults, you start with respecting yourself, and I think Lennox already said something. Respecting yourself, having a goal for yourself, for that next step in life, and you put God first. So definitely, the journey is not easy, but it's not bad.
I love that. I love that. So there's something that also, in your next thing that you're talking about, is when you're looking for a husband, what were your standards? What is something that you were like, absolutely yes and absolutely no?
Great question. So in that part, as I said, the first thing is as a person, either a man or a woman, you're going to create the love for yourself first, the respect for yourself first. And you make that, you set a goal, and you set your standard of what you as a person want, because not all of us have the same interest. So you set it, what you like to do, what you like to have, whom you want to be with. So it's a choice. And so you make it in a personal way. So nobody can really force someone to do something that you don't have a goal with. So I would say just respecting yourself, and as for, I can give an example of my self when I was, she asked about how did I choose a husband. So first I prayed about it. So as growing up, I grew up in a Christian family, and I would say that really planted something in my heart and in my lifestyle. So I did have a goal and whom I wanted to be with.
Thank you, Mom. So we're going to give my Grandma Ruth some just advice that she would give to all of us. You've been amazing, Grandma, to us. You have been there. You've seen us through thick and thin. So with your life, you've had a very long marriage that has really stand the test of time. What is something that you would give advice after hearing all of our conversations, after you've raised kids, grandkids? What is something that you would give advice to us?
Thank you. I would like to, this evening, to thank God because this is a special session. For I have watched it, I prayed about it, and it's amazing that on this stage today, everybody around here, maybe 3 people I might not have touched. The rest I have touched somehow. And I want to thank God because I'm going to be very brief. I am a teacher and always will be a teacher. I'm also a very proud Kipsigis girl, born and raised as a Kipsigis. And I will not forget my roots. I remember what my grandmother did for me, what my mother did for me, what is expected of Kipsigis women. And then I also had the privilege, that's why I'm saying I'm starting by thanking God. I had the privilege of a girl, when we were born, we did not have shoes. Are you hearing? We did not have shoes. We didn't wear shoes. But God took me from that background with my father as a preacher in the church until I have a husband who has a PhD. He's somewhere there, if he can stand. He's called Dr. Chewiyot. That was my first gift from God. The second gift was to bring me to America through him. The third gift was my 3 daughters. And you have had one of them is a doctor. My last one is also a boy, a doctor. So I have 4 kids like Nancy has, and they are all professionals. And I thank God for that. It wasn't easy. So my advice this evening, like Betty is saying, I had to be a wife, a Kipsigis wife. You understand what that means? When I got married, I had to find out how am I going to please my in-laws. It was not about me. You understand? It was not about me. It was about my in-laws. How am I going to fit with them? And from there, when I had my mother-in-law on my side, and that's what I kept telling the other, they don't listen. Yes. When I had my mother-in-law on my side, I was set. And then I had my father-in-law, and I was very happy. I took care of all my parents, the 4 of them, until God took them, each one of them at a time. I did. Yes. So I want to say, when T.T. Checks was talking, you know, when you put together today's world and put together that world of his, it is different. But he says a very important thing. To the Kipsigis and T.T. Checks, the man is the head, and always will be. So when you honor the man, you honor your household. And that is what has kept me for 52 years married. 52 years.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
When we were doing our 50th anniversary, my 4 children, they arranged by themselves. They didn't tell us anything. We were just sitting there. And they took us to Hawaii for 8 days. Am I not a proud mama? So, what I'm saying is I have watched, I have gone through you are struggling right now. Let me tell you this, you are going to make it. You are struggling as a mother, as a father, as a person in a new world, but you are going to make it. If I made it, if I came to this country when there was no Kalenjin around me or anybody else, and I made it, why are you not going to make it when you are this many? When you have a village, children are raised by a village. When you are a village and you work together, you will succeed. Speak where you are going. not your troubles. Don't speak your troubles. So I thank God because of that. I thank God because the first thing which I have noticed, and I keep, every day I keep thanking God for, is the humility. For us in our to share this because you might not know. I'm a teacher. So I went to school in this country to find out how the children are taught in the school here. Because they don't teach them like ours. You have beautiful buildings, you have beautiful everything else, but those classrooms are not teaching the children the way you are teaching them. We might not have a desk, they might be sitting on anything else, but they are learning in Kenya. Here,
That's right.
you are working very hard for your generation, and you are expecting your children are learning in school the way you are learning. That is why you are having those children saying the things they are saying, because they are learning from somewhere else. We have all had challenges. Don't mistake me for that. We have had challenges. When we were growing up, my grandmother would tell me that we were doing this. But you see, by the time we came along, we were Christians. So my mother would say, no, as Christians, we don't do that. Okay? So that was a step. So there was change there. And then when we came to this place, there was change. When we went back home, when my husband wanted to help me like an American, because he had been in America for so long, I said, I don't want the women in the village saying, what has he done with the husband? I said, just leave me to be a normal woman in the village. And I was a normal woman in the village. Hiyo kuni unaweka kwa moto hivi, nilikuwa nafanya hivyo. And so we have done all that. What you need to do than anything else is to pray. Pray and give God your problems if there's a problem. That girl who says she's graduated, and she graduated in 4 years straight. She went to college, a full university, and graduated in 4 years. She's an American, complete American. So if she did it, and they are all, those who are doing it, they are going to do it. Because our worst worry was when we looked at the children who were born in America, and we look at our children at home, then we said, what is going to happen to these children? The way they talk to you. When she was talking to me, I said, I would ask the mother, what is she saying? Because I couldn't understand the language, yes.
Let me interrupt you for a minute and you can continue.
Yeah.
So guys, because of time, right, we are starting to serve the food outside. So what we'll do is for order, right, we'll start for a couple of the rows back. You can go get your food, get seated, right, because we have to be out of here by 8:30. Okay, we still have the event for Mr. and Ms. GOTABGAA that needs to take place here. So happened yesterday, I am very sorry, but I'm feeding you today, okay? So you guys can continue. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Thank you very much. We don't have enough time to discuss what to do. I'm only saying the most important thing is prayer. And once you see these people come into the church and they know God as a personal savior, not you know, when they are little, you take them to church. But when they do come to Jesus by themselves, then you know it is made up. Because they will always know who to run to, not you. Because you don't have the answers, you don't have all the answers, but God will have the answers. And when they do, I think I can testify here that we are in that category. All these children around here, and they are all children to me except Mrs. Rono, even Janet. Madam President, you're still my child because you are the age of my children. So when they know Jesus, and you know they know Jesus, then you feel good. So let me leave you parents, you will make it in this country, but don't forget your culture. Don't float. If you saw some of those things that were there, it's because somebody is floating. They are trying to say, I'm useful, I'm what. If you have our culture, you are not floating. You are somewhere. You belong somewhere. You belong to a clan. You belong somewhere. And when they don't float, and with Jesus, he will give you all the help you need. Thank you very much from the oldest person on stage.
Thank you so much. All right, guys, we're just coming to a close. I want to kind of open the floor for some Q&A. Does anybody have any questions that you guys want to ask? If not, it's okay. If you're hungry, we can release you. But thank you all. Thank you, guys. We'll just have a little exit song. We thank you guys so much. Thank you all.
We have one question.
Thank you. Thank you, Joy, and thank you, ladies, for representing with the GKA. They pulled me the last minute, so if I said something that was not right, forgive me. Because we haven't served our food, allow me to pray. Let us pray. Kongoi ga muksoindet eng kasarta neunene kaikonech sikobit kengalal ak kiamenge emosto Jehova. Ingen amitwogik chumi tanyon berur simekiame kobois en borwekchok ak keyai kou emageng'ung nesire iberur our souls eng kainetab Jesu Kristo ne kamuktoindenyon. Amen. Let's go serve the food.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for tonight dinner, we have a couple of great food tonight. So we'd like to ask the older people, the elderly people, Kogo, Bamari, and the older people will go forward. They'll get priority. Why? I'm sure they're pretty hungry tonight. So, and I'm sure they want to go to bed early. So, wale wazee tafadhali, mngine mbele.
Yeah. Yeah.
up. Did you eat? Or you're watching your weight like this? Yeah, how do I came and start?
We're starting in 5 minutes. Begin it, Danny. 5 minutes. Come on. We're starting in 5 minutes. Come on, get down and sit down, please. Take your seat. This time is the GOTABGAA. We're going to be rolling in a few minutes. Take your seat, take your position. And we submit. Two more submit kabisa. Take your seat. Very nice to meet you. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah. Very nice to meet you. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice to meet you. Come on, let's go, guys. There you go. Come on, let's get it on. Yeah? Let's get on, come on. This time is GOTABGAA. We're about to plan a new one for the 2023. So make sure you're seated so you're not missing action. Come on. All right, everybody, we're going to please get in line with the We're about to shut those down in a few minutes. Get ready. We have 1 hour to go, so we need to get it done. Yeah, very nice to meet you. 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 Yeah, Karibuni, take your seat. It's about to go down. Just a few minutes. This time is GOTABGAA 2023. Very nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. Wajarakanya project. Wazoezi wanasema chelewa utapata mwanasimu wako na mimi mtapata paper ya kesho. So make sure you take your seat. We're going to be started. Very nice to meet you. Yeah, very nice to meet you. About to roll, few minutes. Very nice to meet you. Yeah, very nice to meet you. Yeah, very nice to meet you. 2023, GOTABGAA. Event imeshika moto, tunaweka climax. So don't miss it. Kama bado uko nje, make sure umeingia hapo ndani, utakosa.
God said. And I get the judges to please take their seats. Judges, take your seats so we can shut the door. When you're opening your head back in check, we have to begin. So judges, take your place. Judges, take your seats. Tumalize maneno. The MC Sacco. Let's get on. Judges, take your seats to your left. Roll drums. We can shut it off for the rest of the people. Now you guys need to say, hey, so let's take care of this. 2023 GOTABGAA. This is the time to get in. Usema hapa ndipo hapo ndipo wewe bado baki kwenye wanaisha picha. So 2023 tunaanza. 2 minutes. 2 minutes baadaye tutaanza kubeti. So wewe ukikaa hapo ndio unapata video imepita. So take your seat. Make sure the right spot. Remember the house about you to that it's a full house. So make sure you are in and sit it. Hata nalo la baki mwenye uko nje peke yako. Inakuja 2023. Mr. and Mrs. GOTABGAA, we're going to have some young talent show you out tonight. Don't miss it. Useme au kuambiwa. So make sure you get your thing. Useme kitu kuambia. Mabata omera, mabata alenga mwawu. Temuwe nyamsa, alitagun. Oregete de omera, oje kukyo. Umwe ya hagoi. Take your position. The judges have taken their seats already. Make sure the camera is charged out of the video, please. Lakini usisimame. Usije wawe nazo nyuma yako. I know it's getting a little entertaining show. It's going to be happy. There you go. All our judges are set. About to go down. 2023, Mr. and Mrs. GOTABGAA. All the way to the continent, Houston, Texas. Whatever in Texas, you go big or you go home. So let's make this happen. Take your tip so you don't miss it. Everybody Japan, don't play exactly. Thank you very much. Karibu kabisa. There you go. Tafadhali kama wazazi wako pale nje, tafadhali baba tuingie hapa ndani. We want to see who's going to be crowned tonight. Mr. GOTABGAA, Miss GOTABGAA 2023. Mr. Team GOTABGAA 2023. Miss Team GOTABGAA 2023. So tafadhali naomba mtulie. Let's find places to sit. Where you can sit so that we get the food. Nenda hapo ni tafadhali naomba tuingie ndani. Wala ambao wanazidi kuingia naomba tuweze kuingia hapa ndani. So that we begin to eat. I can see Mr. Kibele watu waingie ndani.
So, now I want to introduce the group that is going to be helping us here. Nataka kuintroduce the team ambao watakuwa wanatusaidia hapa. Fancy, come join me here because he's the team. We had one lady, she couldn't come today. We were 3 of us who are working to make sure that the day is successful today. She's called in, she couldn't make it today because she had a family emergency. So now I can give Francie so she can introduce herself.
Welcome to GOTABGAA. I am a resident of Houston, so I want to welcome you guys all to Houston. Thank you so much for coming, and I hope you guys are excited for GOTABGAA pageant. You guys know? Oh my God! Try again, the ladies and the gentlemen, they've been working hard, and we can't wait to have them work and just cheer them on because it's not easy. How many of you guys have done a pageant before? Anybody? No? So no, I'm not a focus. But yeah, let's cheer them on and encourage them, and I hope you guys have a good time.
Thank you, Francie. So now I'm going to introduce you to the judges today who will be joining us to make sure we get the best of the models for the GOTABGAA, Miss GOTABGAA and Mr. GOTABGAA. Before that, we're going to be having our children who are going to be our future Mr. and Miss GOTABGAA. We want to give them opportunity. And we call it talent show because we also want to open an opportunity for kids who have different kind of talents that they can showcase to us. We don't want to limit them to only modeling. There's other things like singing, performing arts and everything. So because we don't have time, we're not gonna talk, we're just gonna introduce our judges. So I'll go to the first lady. You will hear her voice from here.
My name is Elsie Bard. I'm going to be one of the judges for tonight. And we will be fair and just.
Oh, my name is Alakotich, and as she said, we're going to try to be fair and just.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joanne Kigen, but most of you know me as Chepko Kigen. I think we've rubbed shoulders with most of you for Sahari. So today I'm switching roles. I'm going to be a judge tonight, and I hope you all enjoy this with me. Thank you.
Good evening again. My name is Zalpa Meadow, and I am going to be here to make sure I welcome Mr. and Mrs. GOTABGAA as they walk down the aisle. And I will be introducing them telling you their names and where they are from. So please, let's help our kids to chape makofi and kupiga makofi, okay? Tupige makofi, kali kabisa. Ile yenye nashinda ya politics, this is not politics. So we are going to start from our team. These are the real contestants. We have cups here. Each of them will win. The winner will win the crown and the cup for the team and for the adult too. So, walking ladies, make it worth it. Okay, our first contestant tonight is Faith Sound from Greensboro, North Carolina. From Houston. Walking down, girl. The stage is you. Walking down, girl. Pause. Let them know what's there. And
is
Nandi Ronald from Kansas City.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, fake. Our next contestant is Ivy Chalugate from Kansas City. Our next contestant is not such a quench.
But you must not feel if you want to. If you finish your fight us, if them get up, they will beat back to. I know they want to like you know, get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come my mind on my money. Make you dance like
one more time. Let's clap for Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you very much. Michelle Chapwedge from Dallas. Yeah, Michelle Chapwedge.
We're ready for the next category, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Fancy, for your outstanding abilities for ensuring that our contestants are prepared. This is GOTABGAA, Mr. and Miss Teen, Mr. and Miss GOTABGAA 2023, and of course Mr. and Miss Teen 2023. It's going down here in Houston.
We're going now to Mr. Teen GOTABGAA. The first contestant coming in is Kibi Sitene from Maryland. Official Kibi Sitene from Maryland. Kibi Sitene.
I'm on a romantic call. Baby, panda mti kama network ni blanda. I'm on a romantic call. Better option ni
Thank you, Kibi.
I'm on a romantic call.
We can do better for number 10, Nema Junior. A round of applause tafadhali. Asante sana. Thank
Our
you very
next
much.
contestant is Elijah Kibrab Lagat from Houston, Texas. Walk it. Walk it.
Amazing, amazing. Houston, one more time. Let's give him a round of applause.
We managed to get two teams, but please, next time we want more. You see, we only have 2 teams coming in. We need more. We need more to register so that we can at least have, you know, they need to be here. They're wonderful kids. We followed them down until we were like, oh, are we going to, are there teens around here or anywhere? We're sure there are teens around. So please, next time we need to sign some more teens, yeah? Nandi, nani? Wakubwa. So we back to Miss GOTABGAA. Our first contestant for Miss GOTABGAA is Nandi Rono, Kansas City. Dina where? Dina where? Dina where? Walk it, girl.
Makofi. Makofi. Makofi.
Walk it, girl. Walk it.
Piga makofi, piga makofi. Piga makofi tafadhali. 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 Thank you.
Thank you, Nandi. Thank you. Our next contestant is Karen Cheprif Batun from Birmingham.
Good girl gone bad. What you gonna do? Run, go meet a dad. Na na na. You know what?
Walk it down.
What this is out is all. What the
Walk it down.
now watch this. Love confession. She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Stealing out
Walk it down.
I wanna take her. She's a heartbreaker. She bend over backbreaker. Stealing out what I break. Boy, I wanna take her. So tell me why you do me so. So tell me why you do me so. Baby, me not gonna let you go. Can't be not gonna let you go. So tell me why you do me so. Tell me why you do me so.
Thank you, Karen.
Me not gonna let you go. Tell me not gonna let you go.
Thank you, Karen.
Me spend all me money. Spend all.
Our next contestant is Apovia Chepchirchir Muta from Houston, Texas.
Macho yalikuona, moyo ukakuchagua, mdomo ukasema nakupenda. Mwambie umepona, alokutesa moyo kusumbua, na kwenda. Ni zawadi nilopewa.
Thank you, Apollia.
Nipepese wapi nikipofu kwako.
What a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Our next contestant is Lynn Chamutai. Nagat, Houston, Texas. Lynn Chamutai. Lynn Chamutai.
What say you? Clap, 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 clap.
Lynn Chamutai. Lynn Chamutai. Lynn Chamutai. Lagat from Houston, Texas.
Jerusalema ikayalami ilondoloze.
Our next contestant is Kimberly Cherub, Lubbock, Texas. Kimberly Cherub, Lubbock, Texas. Welcome, lady. Walk it, lady. Walk it, lady.
Come on.
Our next contestant is Mario Cheptoo from Dallas. Mario Cheptoo. Walk it, lady. Walk it, lady.
Money follow you, banana follow you, brother follow you, cause I'm in love with you. Money follow you, banana follow you, paparazzi follow you, cause I'm in love with you. Are you done talking? Tell me baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me baby, are you done talking? Yeah. Are you done talking? Tell me baby, are you done talking? Yeah.
Our next contestant is Bethany Cheptoo from Dallas. Bethany Cheptoo from Dallas.
Yes, do the real done dada and I run the place. Real done dada. Anakucheki ndugu na wedada bantu kairada. Judeko pia yuko rada. Tukipanda na panda na ukidanda na pata. So skate mbeka uweke. Mr. DJ pull up, pull up. Nataka wanisikize tena. Mr. DJ pull up and pull up.
Thank you, Bethany.
Houston, Texas, I can hear you. Make some noise.
Nataka wanisikize tena. Mr. DJ pull up and pull up.
Thank you, Bethany. Our last contestant in this category is Sarah from Rwanda. Sarah from Rwanda. Makofi kwa Sarah from Rwanda. Walk it, baby. Walk it, go.
AM Records.
Walk it, go.
Imekuwa asubuhi, uwanja wa mapenzi moyoni umechafuka, nami sitaki kufagia upendo uende. Ninajua yangu roho ni ndogo asa ikipenda, ndo maana ukiwa tofauti baby unanumiza ndani bado najiuliza ni kipi sijakimiza, bado najiuliza ni kipi kinakuumiza, bado najiuliza ni kipi nisijaweza baby, bado najiuliza ni kipi
Incoming is Mr. GOTABGAA. The first coming in is Rob Mutai from Houston, Texas.
Houston, make some noise.
Mr. GOTABGAA, Houston, Texas. Rob Mutai from Houston.
Baby, I'm a child and I forever. You don't know who fell your love. Every time I'm on a strong and get this one. You don't know who fell your love. Every time I'm on a strong and get this one.
The next incoming is Maxwell Beck from Fort Worth, Maryland. Woo!
Make some noise! We have stars in the building tonight. Make some noise, Houston, Texas.
Contestant is
Wow.
Kenneth Rono from Connecticut. Kenneth Rono from Connecticut. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you for appreciating our contestants. Now we're going to the category of dressing African wear. Our first contestant is Faith Sang from Greensboro, North Carolina. Woo! From North Carolina.
Yes.
So our next contestant is Ivy Cheluget from Kansas City. She's donning our college in Ontario.
From Keo to Tuwapcoin.
From Houston, Texas. contestant. Thank you, Lenasa. Our next contestant is Marcy Cherub from Kansas. From Houston. Next is, in this category of African attire, Miss GOTABGAA. First is Nandi Rono from Kansas. That is Nandi Rono from Kansas City. Studio. Thank you, Nandi.
song. She wants a different song. Please play for her what she likes. Everybody likes what they like, right?
Yeah, this is Mr. and Miss GOTABGAA 2023. Mr. and Miss Teen 2023. Let's support them, ladies and gentlemen.
Let us rejoice and be glad
Our next contestant. Our next contestant is Apobia Chepchirchir from Houston, Texas.
All for the culture, ladies and gentlemen.
Apobia. Our next contestant is Lynn Chamutai Lagarde from Houston, Texas. Pardon? Lynn from Houston, pardon my hurry. We are chasing time.
Who would have known we'd dance like in Rwanda? Beautiful. Thank you. Now comes our last day. Contestants are the men. Kindly, we will use the very minimal time because we don't have time here anymore. So let's make it very quick, kindly. So the first one coming is Raf Mutai from Houston, Texas. Thank you. Thank you, Raf. Next incoming is Maxwell Bett from Fort Worth. Thank you. Next is Matthew Candia from Maryland. Matthew Candia from Maryland. Kenneth Rona from Connecticut.
Siapa
the day, for the night.
Anything you tell me, I didn't believe for. Showing me around like I lost my way. Telling all your friends and I meet me bail. Baby, see me, I don't believe for.
Let me go change my name, then I'll get one.
Tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, make I know now. If you don't love me, tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, make I know now. If you don't love
Our last contestant tonight is our MC coming in. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. These are our beautiful children, adults, some of them. They have been amazing and great. They've made the show worth attending. Honest, if you cannot stand up for these amazing souls, amazing souls.
Everything you put your hand over, you never open doors. You said you'll be a boss. Amen, amen. Every hustler getting paid. Where the hustle will pop the way. You're only novelty. Amen, amen. If you don't find what to your own, amen. God said go do your own. Amen.
Thank you, parents, for giving us a chance to get to know these amazing souls. Kongoi missing amugogo nej. Yes, today we are trying, and we did it in Minnesota. It was a little bit ish, and we have done it here. It's looking amazing. We are gonna do in the next place in, I don't know where it's gonna be, either California or whatever it is. We are going with it. We are not letting it go. So everyone, all who wants to join us, kindly join us. We want to bring these souls to be what you are right now, or even better. Thank you so much, parents, for being patient. We don't have much time.
Wow. Remember, the people are going to crown them Mr. and Miss GOTABGAA from 2022 last year. So prepare yourselves. Are you guys excited? Yeah. Are you excited? Yeah. Make some, DJ, give me some mosquito as judges are preparing. Give me some mosquito, DJ. Give me some mosquito. Can you guys dance? Amazing. Give me some mosquito, my DJ. Yes. In 1 second, because we got like 10 minutes, we should be out of here. Pause. Where is the previous Mr. and Miss GOTABGAA? Where are you? Where are you at? DJ, give them something as they come. Where's the other one? Ana contest to bado. Enda alafu urudi. Enda urudi. Enda uko na mkuje na yeye. Wow, I love this moment. I love it. This is for the culture. 10 minutes, right? Oh, long time best. Mr. GOTABGAA. Wow. Make some noise for last year's contestants who took the crown, Mr. and Miss GOTABGAA as they come 2022. Okay, let's go. Nipe Brian. Put your hands up like this. Okay, let's do this. Okay, now shake like this. Okay. Pule DJ. Simwapige makofi hata ya macho. So now I'm gonna invite Madam President and of course Vice President to be here on stage, because I know we've got like less than 7 minutes or so. Tupige makofi. Angalia Madam President. Eish. Kwani hata ulikuwa na contest? Hey, Madam President, sawa. Hey, angalia. Hey, wewe. Ish. Fanya hivi hata. Wewe. Thank you very much. So when judges are ready, nitawapatia nafasi yao. Of course, nyinyi ndio mta call out and then we award them.
Oh, I need to walk next to you.
Yes. Hata wewe tembea.
Tembea namna gani pole pole?
DJ. This is not American football. This is unajua this shikarungu aya tembea nione. Eish. Pule DJ. Ona vile mtu mwenye ako na pesa yake na dola zake na anatembea pole pole tu hivi. Alafu there is me. Na shida zangu zote na finance bill. Hey, Mr. Vice President.